Hello everyone, I hope that the microphone operates properly. And I'm glad to see everyone today, such a great big number of people. Hello everyone from Vinnytsia and to those who came from other cities and towns. Let us take seats, we have chairs, but you can find other space for sitting, which you can see around you. So I invite everyone to join our main hall. Those who would like to join here, please come and we will start. Okay, then let us begin. Thank you for coming here today. My name is Anastasia Bobrova, and I am the coordinator of Ukrainian Urban Forum, one of the people who gathered all of you here, and I would like to greet you at the 5th Annual Urban Forum. And this forum will be dedicated to the topic of the common house. This year, this forum is special for me because it's the first offline forum we've been held in 3 years. In addition to this is the first forum which is organized during the full-scale invasion, and I will be very frank with you. For me, organizing this event was not easy for many reasons, but still I'm here today and I'm happy to be here today with you. Before we start this program, I will start with our agenda. I would like to ask you to stand up for a minute of silence to commemorate everyone who died, all the defenders of Ukraine, including my father, Alexander Bobrov, who was killed in June defending Ukraine, and as well as many other activists, men and women, Roman Ratushny, who was one of the leaders of Protasiv Yar community in Kiev, and a lot of other men and women. I would like you to stand up for this minute of silence to commemorate all people who were killed in Vinnytsia on the 14th of June last year from missile strike sent by the Russian Federation, and to commemorate everyone who was killed in this war of Russia against Ukraine. Thank you, everyone. And before we begin, I would like to make some technical and not very technical comments. First of all, the premises where we are now works as shelter. So if there is an air raid alarm, we can stay here. And there is another location for shelter, the hub. It's Town in the Town, where we will start our work at 2 p.m. You can find an agenda in Ukrainian and in English at the registration table. We had last-minute amendments, and all the changes you can see on the CIDAS website. And we will also have several English-speaking speakers, so you can take headphones at the registration.
Forum is going to be in Ukrainian, so you can go there and have a headset for translation. Тепер декілька нетехнічних
and several non-technical items from me. Today we will be talking about a common house, and I have a lot of explanations of why we selected this topic for our meeting, but one of the reasons I would specifically like to mention is that over the entire previous year In CIDOS, we were working with our colleagues to study experiences of people during the wartime. And during this study or research, people shared a lot of tragic and difficult things with us, but today I would like to share some inspiring outcomes of this research, answering the question how your communication changed with your nearest and dearest, with other people. Participants of our research mentioned that they have this great feeling of unity with other people, and it was manifested in the situations when people were more willing to support and help others. They were not afraid to ask for assistance, and that feelings became deeper during the full-scale war. And this feeling of unity and solidarity is something I would like to preserve and multiply. Solidarity is a value which, in my opinion, should be used as a foundation for recovery. This is the value that we have to cherish in our cities and which we have to share with others. We have to multiply it. Cities and towns are our common house. And in the future, I would like to see each of us having a roof over their heads and be able to say confidently that I have a house. Thank you very much again, and I would like to thank the team that were thinking together with me about how to organize this forum, who shared their ideas and who were working to implement these ideas in life. And you can see people wearing sand-colored T-shirts with an inscription, Ukrainian Urban Forum. These are the people who will be able to answer your questions related to the forum, related to the agenda. We also have facilitators, Olena Angelova and Karina Fursa. You can see them. They are waving to you right now, and they will be responsible for keeping order in our space and get to know each other better after the main part is completed. I would also like to thank all partners who supported this year Ukrainian Urban Forum. First of all, Vinnytsia City Council, who hosts this forum, the Institute of Development of Cities in Vinnytsia, Nazar Kovalenko, who did a lot, like huge work to make this forum a reality. I would like to thank Heinrich Böll Foundation that supported Ukrainian Urban Forum since the very first day of when it was founded, and our partners of the UNHCR that made it possible to organize interpretation and live broadcasting. Embassy of the Netherlands, of the Kingdom of Netherlands. With them, we will have a workshop in the afternoon. Then Enterprise Fund, this integrated cities development project in Ukraine. They also supported our forum, this agency for space development in Vinnytsia. They organized the exhibition that you were able to see to the right from the entrance, and the participatory development and national foundation and National Endowment for Democracy that will organize a workshop tomorrow. Then creative Union Ply that contributed to organizing the non-formal part of our communication. I hope I have not missed anyone, and now we can start the official part of the opening ceremony, and I would like to give floor now to Sergei Morgunov, Vinnytsia Town City Mayor. I would also like to invite Jörg Zinkin, Deputy Head of Economic Department and Coordinator for Recovery Issues of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Ukraine. Sofia Olejnik, Coordinator of the Democracy Endowment and Human Rights Development of Heinrich Böll Foundation. Fiona Allen, Senior Officer for Development of UNHCR. And Pavlo Fedorev, Advisor of the Project of Integrated Development of Towns and Cities in Ukraine. Thank you. And I think we can start. We will have 2 rounds of presentations during which we are going to talk about the vision of Ukraine's recovery and importance of cooperation of various stakeholders in this process. And first of all, I would like to give floor to Sergei Morgunov, Vinnytsia City Mayor. Please, the floor is yours for opening remarks for our participants. And please share your vision of Ukraine's recovery with us. Hello, dear friends. It's so nice to see that such a serious expert event is organized in our city. I see this atmosphere is very democratic, but no one expected such a great number of people. Now you are sitting and standing around. But I think that the most important thing is creating this atmosphere and having productive discussion within the framework of this forum. If we are talking about recovery and reconstruction, objectively, I think that Ukraine went through the largest scale damage and losses as a result of the Russian aggression in terms of the civilian infrastructure, not mentioning human casualties. And if we are talking geographically, we can divide it into 2 categories, maybe 3 or just 2 categories. So the cities that were affected directly by aggression, occupation, and so-called rear line localities that were less affected by terrorist attacks. Of course, Vinnytsia, Lviv, Khmelnytsky, Zhytomyr, and other places were less damaged compared to Kharkiv, Kherson. I'm not talking about Mariupol even, that is occupied, Mykolaiv again. And of course, there is a great difference in terms of the scale of damage and the tasks that we are facing in terms of reconstruction and recovery. When we are talking with the representatives of different communities, I'm talking about city and town mayors, at the initial stage, last year, after the conference in Lugano, I was a participant of this conference on reconstruction and recovery, and we had an impression that there is an understanding that we still have to reconstruct everything that was ruined and destroyed, and it was no clear understanding that recovery is not just rebuilding or reconstruction of destroyed buildings. Given the condition, this status of town infrastructure, starting with critical infrastructure and ending with housing, I think that after our victory, we have a very serious chance to use an entirely new approach to recovery. And we need this very serious expertise, domestic expertise in the first place, in the terms of those practices that are already being applied in Ukraine. But we also will need expertise of our partners, because without it, we will not be able to properly identify all the recovery or reconstruction areas. But I would like to use the term recovery. This is a complicated process, and we know for sure that there is an understanding and willingness from our partners to help us with their expertise, with their knowledge, with their technologies and respective resources, of course. But as of today, unfortunately, everyone is talking about guarantees. Guarantees of the money that will come to Ukraine, guarantees of repayment of this money, if we are talking about investments. So there are a lot of small things that today prevent our partners from starting using a practical approach to a recovery of our country. And I'm convinced that we should start with developing an understanding of the demographic factors at specific territories, and we have to think about economic activities in specific territories in terms of potential investments. If today We are talking with some relocated enterprises. We have a lot of them of various sizes. The total number is approximately 315 various business entities, and not less than a half of them have no intention to go back to their original territories where they used to work. Because for security issues, yes, because Kharkiv, for instance, which can be reached by a missile from the Russian territory. It's for 15 minutes, it reaches Kharkiv. So all businesses are now thinking whether it's feasible and advisable to invest into this territory. So we have to remember all these things, so the security issues, air defense systems. We will not be able to push the Russians back from every 500 kilometers away from Kharkiv, or Sumy, or Belopilya, yeah, where we help them a lot. So in Sumy Oblast, they are 8 kilometers away from the border, and they are bombarded with mines, and people have no time to switch on the air raid alarm, and they have no time to go to the shelter. So all these territories will not be attractive for investments, and we have to remember that. If we are talking about Vinnytsia, western parts of Ukraine in the rear line, activities, economic activities, of course, will be different here. But I think that in addition to this, we have a lot of challenges to be faced in order to create these ecosystems in communities, making each community attractive for investments, and to develop this understanding in each individual community of the strategy and areas of activities for their recovery. But without this general political understanding, and of our military administration, of our president, without this general political will, it will not be able to implement, because we have to have a clear vision of the strategic plan for our recovery.
Thank you, Sergey. I can't help but agree. I can't help but agree that it's very important to have a proper strategic planning, but also we have to take into account the safety risks, the security risks. The war is ongoing. Now I'm giving the floor to Jörg Zinken. Jörg, please tell us how, in your opinion, from the viewpoint of the Embassy of the Netherlands, the recovery would look like. What is the role of the Embassy in this process?
Thank you so much, Anastasia. And first of all, good to see you all, and congratulations on Statehood Day as well, which is today, I believe. So I hope you all have a good day here. And thanks of course for having us here as the Netherlands embassy here in Ukraine. The ambassador would have liked to be here himself, but he had other meetings in Kiev he had to attend. So he sends his greetings to all of you. Let me first start with saying that I arrived not too long ago. A few weeks I've been here now in Ukraine. And I'm very, very impressed by the resilience and the unity just Anastasia talked about so eloquently of the Ukrainian people and Ukraine as a country as a whole. I think especially in this time that you're all going through, it's important to stay united and stick together in these difficult times. So I'm very impressed with that. Then on the topic that we're talking about today, as Anastasia said, I'm here as a coordinator for our reconstruction work here in Ukraine, and I arrived here with all the energy that I can have, since it's so important for us as the Netherlands as well, and for the European Union as a whole, I think, to make sure that Ukraine has a proper future, and I think we can all contribute to that. To say a few words about recovery in general, our policies are quite broad. We try to do everything that we can to support Ukraine. That goes from humanitarian assistance to help alleviate the first needs people go through, until early recovery, reconstruction, stability, as we call it, and all our terms that we use in policy documents. So it's quite a broad policy that we envisage. A few elements that are important in that policy are mainly water, health, and agriculture, of course, as the Netherlands. We can bring in some expertise in that area, but it doesn't exclude any other important issues. Infrastructure, of course, is one of them, but also housing and social housing that we're talking about today. And I believe there is wide support for the reconstruction efforts in general, but also for housing and social housing in particular. And the World Bank needs assessment that had been published not too long ago also stated that, and that's something that we take seriously and that we try to work on as well. Then I think it's important to coordinate, to work together, and to make sure that we address the needs that are there. So our policy is not based on what we only can bring as the Netherlands, but we try to connect it to what's needed. And that's not only based on what the World Bank has produced in the needs assessment together with the government, but also on the needs locally. So that's why I'm also so happy that we're here, not only in Kyiv and capital, but also here in Vinnytsia, to discuss this and to see what the local needs are and how we can connect that what we have as expertise to what's needed here. And as the mayor just said, this is also an opportunity to do the right thing and to do it right, because we have a lot of experience in several other contexts, but I think we can apply all the lessons that we have learned here in Ukraine. First of all, using the expertise that's here in the country, but then try to connect that also as well to the expertise that other countries, such as the Netherlands, have as well. And that's also part of our program. So it's not only funding big funds that are here now in the country, but also trying to find the right companies that are working already in the Netherlands and have the right expertise to bring here to Ukraine. I think that's like the basis of what we're doing at the moment, and we're here to keep supporting that. That's what's happening locally. But as I said, coordination is key. It's important to make clear as a government locally and nationally what's needed, and then we can see how we can connect our expertise to that. When it comes to housing, we have done a few specific issues already. We have provided some training back home. We have organized the last event in February, I believe, on housing in the Netherlands with the Environmental Assessment Agency back in the Netherlands, and they indeed have a meeting later this day. And of course, we will be looking at national plans and, as I said, local plans, to see how we can contribute more than we have done so far. So this as a means of introduction. Thank you so much for having me, and looking forward to all the discussions. Thank you.
Дякую, що
Thank you for pointing out the importance of the local authorities and the housing sphere. The housing infrastructure is the focus of this forum, and within the next several days we'll be talking about that more from different points of view. Now I'm giving the floor to Sofia Olinik. Sofia, what in your opinion recovery means, and what is the housing sphere's place in it? Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm happy to be here in Vinnytsia. And this is a unique event, as you highlighted at the beginning. For the first time, it's being done offline after the pandemic, during the war. It's a fantastic thing that we have the chance to come together here today. When we talk about reconstruction or recovery, the key word for me here is recovery. They have to be, these are not contradictory terms. These have to be, they have to complement each other. But it has to be human-oriented, people-oriented. Must remember at all times that it's all done for our citizens, for our people who are supposed to live in these cities for a long time. So we have to create conditions and circumstances for people to come back. If there are IDPs, we need to provide them with housing. And this is one of the questions we'll have to discuss today: where and how to live, and how the cities, how the municipalities can react to the challenges that we have had for the last 9 years. And throughout these last 18 months, this housing challenge is huge for the municipalities of how to adapt the cities to the new realities. The key factor for us here is to remember the human is the center of it all, of this entire recovery. Also, the political processes should also undergo recovery. So the changes that our country undergoes must happen simultaneously. One of the key reforms that is one of the most successful ones is the decentralization reforms, and the powers given over to the local level is a huge success that helped the cities be stable and invincible during the full-scale war. We need to multiply and scale this experience during the recovery. We shouldn't let this process stop. We should scale it and multiply it. On the local level, on the municipal level, not only in the big cities, we must understand and we must remember that there are not only Kyiv, Vinnytsia, or Lviv. There are other settlements, villages, small towns. They have suffered, they have been damaged too. We need to keep caring about them. Do they have the necessary conditions? When we are talking to our foreign partners of Ukraine's resistance against Russia, we often hear that today's challenges give you a unique chance to build better and build from scratch. We need to make the best use of this moment. Now, like never, we can implement sustainable development. Our cities can become more inclusive, more accessible. Sustainable accessibility, like roads, the bike lanes, the pedestrian crossings, the planning of the city, the ecological side of the planning, taking into account the needs of various groups of citizens. Heinrich Böll Foundation in Ukraine is working with 3 topics, 4 key directions, supporting democracy, namely inclusivity policy. We have been working over 10 years with SEDOS and the Ukrainian Urbanistic Forum, how to involve the public into decision-making. We have partners in various cities of Ukraine where we stimulate and support them in sharing our expertise locally and giving the expertise to the local authorities, mobilizing the activists locally also to make change. Also, we work on climate policy and energy policy and gender equality and the safety and security for humans. These 4 components are key for us in recovery. When we're talking about green recovery, I want us to remember that one of the priorities of the national policy is that it is a green recovery. We must keep in mind whether our cities are accessible, whether they take into account the opinions of the citizens, whether they are ecologically sustainable and safe and secure. First of all, it's physical security, but also we must keep in mind that it also includes the safety of communities, environmental safety, and the accessibility within the community. We must keep that in mind during recovery. So back to the housing topic. I'd like to thank SEDOS for their recommendations they have shared with us, because they include the key principles of solidarity, inclusivity, participation that Anastasia mentioned. When we're working with political recovery, I think we need to remember these principles within the framework of housing policy, and that can be the basis for the recovery. Thank you, Sophia, for pointing out that the recovery is not only the physical rebuilding and reconstruction, but also the rethinking of reality, reinventing, reimagining the approaches to policy. And this is one of the things that we at SEDOS often remember and to discuss. And I'll avail myself of the moment. We have a declaration at this forum this year. You can familiarize yourself with it at the registration stand or download it at the QR code. It's about the renewing of the principles of the state policy. Now, Fiona, the floor is yours. Please tell us what reconstruction means for you. What is housing's place in it?
Having us here, it is wonderful to see such a full room, and I think also it's wonderful to see such a young demographic for this really, really interesting conversation. I think it's exciting for UNHCR as a humanitarian agency to be involved so quickly in discussions about recovery. I think we know from our experience in country that this has certainly been a topic of conversation, you know, since the increase in aggression last February, but we also know that this has been a topic of conversation from the previous incursion in 2014. And a lot of the problems in terms of recovery that come from that are applicable in terms of the discussions had now, just on a much broader scale. I think for UNHCR, as a protection agency, when we think about recovery, and I would echo the colleagues that this is really about recovery, it's not just about reconstruction. You know, we think of it as very much being people-centered and human rights-based. And so for us, it's really important to get into all of those communities across the country, because every community has its own set of needs. Every community has its own perspective. And it's really only through engaging at that local level that we can really drive the changes necessary in policy at the national level to help ensure that the recovery is truly sustainable, truly inclusive, and socially just. So for UNHCR, we of course are a humanitarian agency, but we're also very much involved at the moment in community-based early recovery, using some of our ongoing program about response to housing needs as a way to engage with other partners and other stakeholders to sit with communities and to hear their comprehensive needs and to work on how we can help address those needs holistically so that the recovery at that level is much more sustainable and is appropriate to how they see their future. I know that colleagues have said this, but I think it's really that local level engagement that can help drive the recovery and help move it forward. So this is really, for us, a strong focus in everything we do. We recognize that there are communities across the country that have special needs that need to be encompassed in recovery, not least the fact that in Ukraine there is a substantial displaced population, but also we know we have many Ukrainians currently living across in Europe who want to come home. And when we speak both with the internally displaced and also those refugees, what we hear from them is that access to housing, access to employment, access to basic services, these are the keys. These are the obstacles that need to be addressed that will allow them to come home. And we know, of course, that in majority they want to come. So I think for us, when we sit with those communities, it's important to recognize that housing is only the first aspect. We need to ensure that communities are fully rebuilt. You know, the access to the basic services that can have been lost through the impact of war, and in particular the access to employment, those are as necessary as repairing a house, because without those additional components, the ability to come home will remain elusive.
Дякую, Фіоно. Я би хотіла також сказати.
Thank you, Fiona. I would also like to say that we all remember that sustainable recovery of Ukraine will not be possible without victory. Liberation of occupied territories, recovery of integrity of our country and its borders. But the recovery process has been launched already, and we are now talking about it, already start to think strategically. So, Pavel, please, over to you. Can you share your vision of recovery and the place of housing in this process? Hello, everyone. On behalf of our project, I would like to congratulate the team of organizers with successful holding of this forum, and I would like to greet all the participants, being online and offline. Integrated Town Development Project is implemented with support from the Germany and Switzerland. We are working to improve living conditions for people in partner communities in Lviv, Chernivtsi, Zhytomyr, Poltava, Melitopol, Kharkiv, and Podilsky district of Kiev, and of course Vinnytsia, which is our partner. With the support from national and international experts, we are working to improve the general conditions for so-called integrated development of Ukrainian towns and cities, and we are doing that both at the national level, working with the legislative and regulatory framework, and at a local level, helping to launch structures and procedures that will bring towns and cities closer to better, more inclusive and fair planning in order to achieve the maximum effect thanks to the synergy of those spheres. It has been said that decentralization and reform of local self-governance provided the towns with a great scope of powers and resources, but still they are lacking today national regulation to implement this integrated development, and sometimes even municipal capacity to achieve the maximum effect of implementation of these projects. And we are working to improve this situation, and we believe that the further support from municipalities and their capacity building in terms of planning and implementing integrated development projects, that this activity will be extremely important, especially in view of the fact that many municipalities and communities need to revise drastically their previous approaches to planning. As to the housing, Jörg mentioned already that the recent wording of the World Bank report on damage assessment demonstrated that housing is the most affected sector. For people, it's also the most immediate experience that they lived through during this wartime. This is how they were affected by the war. And the housing sphere in Ukraine for a long time has been depoliticized, and I think that bringing housing to the political sphere, making sure that the housing should be regulated by housing policy both at the national and at the municipal level, this approach will be the key for recovery of Ukrainian communities in the future. And for me, it's also important to emphasize that integrated urban development is not possible without development of the housing sphere. And here we have to be talking not only about housing and some architectural phenomenon, but we have to talk about it in terms of economy and policy of life. So it's not only about architecture and space planning, and which is the key challenge for Ukraine today, and we have to develop expertise in this sphere, and this is exactly the focus of our project. We've already supported research in Vinnytsia, and we are going to continue to support Vinnytsia and other towns and cities and communities in developing the evidence base and in piloting the projects in the housing sphere, both for IDPs and also for new members of the communities who will return home. So this type of piloting and conducting research and politicization of the sphere through development of municipal policies will be the key activity areas. Without fair housing policies, in my opinion, it will not be possible to ensure sustainable and fair recovery. And here we have to emphasize that this housing does not exist in a vacuum. It should exist in the environment of sustainable, green, well-planned districts and communities. Thank you. Thank you, Pavel. Thank you for mentioning this central position of housing in the well-being of people and a connection of housing policy to other policies. We are going to discuss it during the upcoming sessions. And now we have a time for a round of discussions, and we have a lot of various people at this forum, representatives of civil society, local authorities, academia, specialists, expert communities. So we have to develop an understanding how we should work together to ensure sustainable development, to achieve all these beautiful results that have been mentioned by our speakers. So now I would like to give floor to Sergei Morgunov. Please tell us how, in your opinion, we can work together to ensure sustainable recovery of Ukraine. Well, first of all, I would like to thank all participants of the first round of presentations, because we seem to have a common understanding of the process of recovery and reconstruction. How this should be done, I think we can talk about Vinnytsia, from a wider angle. Today, any driving force in any territorial community is determined by its economic potential. So we have to create work places, the jobs, and we have to attract investments. In my opinion, this is our first priority. Today we have 3 industrial parks, and the fourth is at the registration stage, machine building park. So here we are quite active. It's not ideal, but we are moving forward. But we have a different problem now. Yesterday or the day before yesterday, a new enterprise was opened, and there were Russian investments in that enterprise, but now they transferred it to businesses. So they have a shortage of jobs because, of course, many people left. And unfortunately, IDPs who came here are not able to work. We have 47,000 of IDPs, 12,000 are children, then 12 to 15,000 are elderly people. And others, the remaining people, are not willing to work. For instance, in Mariupol, they used to work for Azovstal for 45,000 hryvnias, and here the maximum is 20,000 hryvnias. So they are not willing to work. And of course, the business capacity now to pay decent salary is also quite low. I'm not talking about now doctors, the teachers. They receive salaries from the state fund, but their number is approximately 2,000 out of this 47,000. So we have to create conditions to bring back those Ukrainians who went to other countries. And using simple logic, let's think about some ordinary town in Germany. There are 5,000 refugees from Ukraine, and approximately 100 of them are from Vinnytsia. They already see the living condition, comfort of life in local communities. They've learned the language, they found jobs, and the kids go to kindergartens and schools. And my question is, how many people will come back to Ukraine? Today, we do not have an answer to this question. To answer it, we have to create conditions here in the Ukrainian towns and cities, because if we provide them with housing, but there is no job, no one will ever come back here, because in any case, in many localities in Germany, the life is more comfortable for them. But in order to create these conditions, we should not only provide them with housing, but with good quality housing, I emphasize, but also we have to create a quality infrastructure, starting with healthcare, primary healthcare, secondary level. Education, of course, goes without question, because we have to implement education reform as soon as possible, because in we should not have 5 universities with 3,500 to 5,000 students, yes? So what would be the capacity of this university from a scientific point of view, a scientific framework of innovations and so on? To this end, we need to train personnel. We need professional vocational education, because today an operator of any factory line should not have a high education diploma. The technical education is sufficient. Professional vocational training will be sufficient.
Next thing, we have housing, we have employment. Next, where is the person supposed to live their cultural life and to spend their leisure time and do sports, and which public transport are they supposed to use, and what public facilities are they supposed to to receive? High quality potable water or hot water during summertime. Only 8 municipalities, including Vinnytsia, are providing their citizens with hot water in summer. So energy efficiency, blackout, that we have already survived this past winter, where I think we're going to have even a worse blackout this year, 2023-24. If we're talking about the recovery, we should create an entire ecosystem of recovery. How is that done practically? I am convinced that no community, territorial community, even the million citizen cities are capable of solving these problems on the level of ecosystems, because they simply do not have the money for that. They don't have enough money. Kyiv have larger scales. Their budget is 10 times Vinnytsia's budget, but taking into account Vinnytsia's scale, the Kyiv scale, and the number of citizens, it's very challenging to provide the comfort and the conditions that everyone is entitled to. With the expertise, with the assistance of our partners, we can tackle these challenges with the world community, with the foundations, with the embassies, with the EU, and so on, with the US, GIZ, USAID, SECO, and all of the partners that we have been working with before the war, and we continue to work right now. But there is another nuance to take into account. No bank, as of today, is ready to work directly with the local authorities. I mean, the foreign bank. For instance, the European Investment Bank. They want governmental guarantees from the Ukrainian government. And the government says, all right, so let's bring your projects together and let's define which ones we can support, which ones not. No, simple arithmetics. How many territorial communities have suffered the biggest damage from the occupation or from direct rocket attacks? I think hundreds of them. If every community applies 2 to 3 projects, or cities that are centers of the regions, 10, 20 projects, when we add it all up, will our government be capable to set the correct priorities for these projects to support the communities? I think it will be correct from the viewpoint of the government to prioritize the cities, the settlements that have been on the frontier, that have suffered from occupation. And Vinnytsia, Khmelnytsky, Uzhgorod, and other rare sites, that will be the second priority. It's not the guilt of anybody. It's physically impossible to cover absolutely everything. So, within the framework of the Association of Cities of Ukraine, we have been discussing of how to organize this decentralized cooperation through partner cities, the European Union structures, the institutions or foundations of the European Union, with the support of the embassies of the countries that are our partners. So all of this should happen simultaneously in parallel. So when we are working with the communities, many of the institutions have seen how positive these practices work when they implement the project and investment solutions that have been applied directly to the community. Communities know better what they need, what their needs are. Also, they undergo all the process of participation and public discussion. And the most important thing, the representatives of local authorities, local self-government, are personally responsible to the community and to the donors or partners that they work with, according to certain directions. I can go on for like 40 minutes minimum, but let's cut it short. You understood the logic of what I'm saying. Let's discuss the housing. I mean, if we had been working on that way with our partners, if we continued, the effect and the speed of achieving the result would be much higher, much better. But of course, we cannot just say, oh, okay, let's build blocks of flats, apartments, and give employment. No, it's not realistic. People will not come here. When they have seen Prague, Berlin, Zurich, Munich, they have seen the water quality, the transport quality, the heating, the attitude to citizens, and so on. They have their quality elevated. Well, what I've heard positively, they've said, Ukrainians say that our medical assistance is better than German one, for instance, at least the primary level, when you can directly access your family doctor and so on. That's a positive. Now, housing. Housing should be high quality, and there should be several options of using and receiving the housing options. Yes, we do have a market of primary housing. In Vinnytsia, no housing items are built without an investment agreement that must include an object of social infrastructure. This is a practice from back 2014. Since then, thanks to investors, we've built 8 kindergartens and given a complete makeover of 4 kindergartens, so on. These projects, these agreements with the social infrastructure element is not tax payable, and it's completely covered by the investment efforts. And the social infrastructure improves the attractiveness of the housing that investors are trying to sell. This is a non-negotiable, and this practice should be implemented, should be kept. The family doctors' offices, big infrastructural objects like schools, they can be covered by common effort, and so on. We don't have a practice of the rent housing like in Austria on a community level. Ukraine does not have this correct practice like that, this expertise. We have worked with One Ukraine civil organization. We want to launch in Vinnytsia the pilot project of building wooden timber 5-story building for rent of the housing. We are learning. First, we were taught by COVID. Now, even worse lessons, even more painful lessons given to us by the war. But we are a very capable, flexible nation. We're very capable of teaching ourselves and learning quickly. The programs that can grant financial support or can grant credit, for example, the project Dia Osela. It uses the state budget and the assistance of our partners and the local budgets, wherever these budgets are capable. Because let's imagine Khmelnyk or Yampil in Vinnytsia region, they're not capable to cover that with their local budgets because they just don't have it that scale. So, to finalize, I'd like to say that only in our being together, working together, cooperation, a strategic understanding of where we're going, and a precise, clear plan with the support of our partners, we can achieve this result. Thank you. Thank you, Sergey, for commenting these difficulties that the communities and cities can face on the recovery path, and thanks for being ready to experiment and to implement new approaches to housing. Jörg, now the floor is yours. Please tell us how can we cooperate for recovery, but please be very brief because we are very short on time. So the floor is yours, please.
My best to be very brief. A few points that I would like to highlight, also responding to what the mayor just said. I think, as Fiona also mentioned, is that it's important to create an environment for people to return to Ukraine, and it's not only housing that's important, but infrastructure and all the other things that the mayor just mentioned. But what we also know is that housing is one of the essential elements that we need to focus on. But I think it's not only the environment for return that's important, but working at the European Embassy, it's also important to think about EU accession and all the work that's being done in that regard. So I think that's something that needs to be in our heads as well. Then the localization agenda, as I mentioned already before, that's key of the work that we're doing at our embassy, and I think also for a lot of international partners, that is key of the agenda. But to make sure that all these elements are being implemented, so from infrastructure, education, housing, all those things, you do need indeed the right partners, and not only the right partners, because I think, as I said, there is a lot of support to get things done, but also you need the capacity, and we all know that capacity is short because it's needed somewhere else, unfortunately. But there are international partners such as the Netherlands who can help in that regard as well. One of the things that we're trying to do is technical assistance, which might sound again as a very civil servant word, but I think it's an important issue as well to provide capacity, to provide knowledge and expertise. One of the bigger cities in the Netherlands, called Utrecht, is doing exactly that. A few of the civil servants of Ukraine, of a few cities here, do work in Utrecht, our municipality, at the moment, to gain some expertise, to gain some knowledge from our colleagues back home, and then they can come back in a few months' time to apply that here in Ukraine. That's one of the ideas that you can apply and can work on. Of course, there are a lot of more options, but this is one of the things that we try to do. I will keep it at that for now, to be short. Thank you.
Дякую.
Thank you, Sophia. The floor is yours now. How can we work together for the purposes of recovery? Together. I think this should be like the highlight word. Doing everything together, everything we do. And we should avoid segregation. We should aim for integration and cooperating. We need to build trust among each other because we have expertise among different groups. Municipal development, human rights, environment. We have enough expertise even in this room and within the society among different organizations. Yes, there are challenges of limited financial resources, and we need expanded support and assistance. But also, at the same time, we have a lot of academic and civil sector expertise. We have to be open, to stop being afraid to cooperate. This is a call for the local authorities to be open for working with experts in a particular sphere. When we're talking about the academic circles, we need to step outside of our bubble and work with all of the settlements, all the communities that we are in. This cooperation is at its utmost importance. And we are happy that we can support the Ukrainian Urban Forum, because this brings together all of the important experts. Last year, we were supporting the experts in Chernihiv that were building changes for the general plan of the recovery and reconstruction of the city. Also, last year, we've been working with the Center of Municipal History in Lviv, talking about participation. When we're talking about the recovery, we do need the employment, we do need the economic recovery, the housing policy, but at the same time we must remember about the reintegration of veterans, of both male and female veterans. We must remember about everyone who was who used to be an IDP and is now building their life and is looking for housing elsewhere. These are different experiences. They must be integrated in the process of recovery and reconstruction. So I would like to highlight that when we're talking about recovery, it's about cooperation. I thought I wanted to compare it to a triangle, but now I think it should be even wider. The authorities, the civil sector, everyone who used to be IDPs, who found their home elsewhere, everyone, each one of us who are experiencing the war, and this experience should be transformed into the recovery. We should also be talking about the business, and these square with these four components must listen to each other, hear each other, and cooperate. These are not separate bubbles. This is a matter of cooperation that aims at making the recovery conditions more adequate.
So if we would like to stay in our localities and live there and get education there, then we will have to come to an agreement. So the key point for me is to ensure synergy of those four sides, four stakeholders. Our foundation works with civil society and academia that can provide their expert knowledge to the towns and cities, and they can gather the data that can be used for developing policies to be implemented both at the national and at the local level. And one of the key tasks for us is to strengthen the resources, develop capacity where knowledge or possibilities are lacking. Thank you, Sophia, for mentioning this human-centered approach, which is a key for recovery. And now I would like to give floor to Fiona. Please tell us how we can cooperate and who are the most important actors in this process.
Agency, we would really focus in on three words: partnership, coordination, and localization. For us, our role here is to partner with and to support Ukraine as it moves through this crisis and into recovery. And I think our value added comes from being able to work and engage not just at the Kyiv level, but also much more locally and help those communities most impacted through the war to begin the process of recovery, whether it's through delivery of services or whether it's through, through advice and support based on previous experience. I think our partnerships can also be leveraged beyond the borders of Ukraine. As an international agency, we have strong partnerships with other stakeholders. But as UNHCR in country, we have a very large operational footprint, and this gives us the opportunity to really help promote the needs on the ground and the situation, and to really help other partners who are sort of operating beyond borders understand what's happening here and what's needed to help the Ukraine country move forward. I think in terms of coordination, this forum is a really good example of what needs to happen. There's a lot of activities happening across the country, and this is a large country. And it will be really useful moving forward to harvest a lot of that information and to have that knowledge transfer and lessons learned, because this is a way that we can potentially identify solutions to help in other areas of the country quickly and easily. And I think this then plays into localization, which for us is a priority. We partner predominantly with Ukrainian entities. And there's a reason for that, because we want whatever we do to ultimately be sustainable. We want it to play into the fabric of the country, but also because we recognize that the perspective and the capacity to drive this recovery, it must be Ukrainian. Our job is not to use our thought process to drive what we think should happen. Our job is to support Ukraine because Ukraine and Ukrainians know better. We can use our expertise, we can use our lessons learned, but really we want the driving seat to be local, because that way it will be the recovery you need and it will be sustainable.
Дякую.
Thank you, Fiona. Really, this forum is an attempt to demonstrate that in various corners of Ukraine, in big and small towns and communities, we see this capacity. There are people with expertise, and understanding of what's going on at the local level. They have the knowledge of the needs, and with these grassroots initiatives, we have to work with them, we have to support their capacity and see them as a priority leaders in the recovery process. Pavlo, over to you. Tell us, please, what you think about how we should work together in the recovery process and with whom. Continuing what Fiona just said, Ukraine is and will be the owner of the recovery process, because Ukraine will determine where and how we will move forward. And of course, Ukraine is responsible for the future coordination of assistance that will come from governments of other countries, international technical assistance programs, humanitarian agencies, international financial institutions, and so on. Everything, all of that is responsibility of the central government, and the rest, how it will be localized, should happen in accordance with the European Charter on Local Self-Governance and in accordance with the subsidiarity principles. As Mr. Mayor said, the community knows the best, and the community should play this central role in bringing people back, in creating respective environment and the prospects that will be offered to people who will live in the respective community. Everything should happen with and in the community, involving civil society, ordinary people, academia, businesses, and other actors. This should be the key. And we, as a project, are working to ensure public involvement in the decision-making process in the municipal life processes. There are two sentences I wanted to mention because they're super important. First is multi-level governance, and the second is intermunicipality cooperation. The former is that we will inevitably have to develop the models of interaction between various levels of governance. Local governments, central government, individual agencies. This is still ahead, but we have to start thinking already today who will be responsible for what and to which extent. Second point is intermunicipality cooperation. Reform of decentralization reform and self-government reform provided communities with resources and powers and with great knowledge they've accumulated over the last decade. And as a project, we support such activities as intermunicipal training network, on the basis of the Association of Cities and Towns of Ukraine, where we have different working groups, and cities are working to share experience and knowledge and develop solutions that can be shared with the central government in order to solve the problems they face in their everyday life. Involvement of various experts, both at the national and international level, will be important, but that will require strengthening of municipal capacity to formulate the tasks and identify key activities that require attention. For us, it is important to ensure institutional strengthening, and so we have to be focused not only on the project, but on the structures and procedures and local councils to be able to implement recovery. And finally, everything should be done with the view of Ukraine's inevitable movement to becoming a member of the European Union, and the general framework of our recovery should be in line with the plan, with Ukraine facility plan that Ukraine will have to prepare and submit to the European Commission. So this coordination of Ukrainian recovery should move us closer towards membership in the European Union, as well as fair and stable, sustainable recovery. Thank you all for this wonderful opening of our forum. We mentioned such important issues and values as solidarity, participation, and saying that recovery is not only response to short-term challenges, but it's also about planning and development of the future development of the strategy. We were talking about multi-level governance and cooperation among various levels, agencies, and different parts of the society, civil society, international organization, businesses, academia, because only in this way we will be able to ensure common recovery, common future, where everyone will be happy to live. Thank you very much for such a wonderful opening part, and a round of applause to our speakers. And now I would like to give floor to our facilitators, Karina and Olena, who will help us to get to know each other. You are welcome. Thank you very much for this very active opening with insights and ideas. One of the goals of our forum is to get to know each other. You see how many participants we have with various expertise and knowledge. Please use this possibility very actively and talk to people you don't know and from whom you would like to learn more, and how you can be useful to each other. And we'll have several various activities, formal and informal. And now we're going to embark on the first of them. But there are several organizational issues that have not been covered yet. First of all, we have the main channel of communication with you, which is an information channel in WhatsApp. If you are not there yet, please use this QR code, which you see here. You can find it also at the registration table if this one does not work. And there is a short link if you fail to join via the QR code. So you can use this short link on the screen. So you can copy it or type it into the address line, and you will see this agenda, all information about changed locations and times, and air raid alarms as well. We are in a shelter right now, so you can feel safe during air raid alarms, but we will inform you so that you don't go out in case of an alarm. We have Wi-Fi, we have internet connection. If something does not work, you will be able to use our channel to get all the updates. We will also share all important information, presentation, locations, and everything you need to know. I would also like to ask our T-shirt team to raise their hands and waves, so you can see the people you can approach with your questions. So this is the sand color, which we mentioned because we have a lot of people wearing clothes of this color. So these are the people you can approach with any questions, stupid, wise, and everything related to our forum. We also have several locations where we work. This is the main hall. In your agenda, you have all the information about the planned activities. We also have a relax area. In the next hall, you can sit down, think, and talk. And there is an exhibition as well, but you can sit down, write your notes, drink some tea, talk to people. If you need to work, you can go out, but you will be close. So we have this wonderful area you can use to your convenience. There is another location for the second half of the day in the afternoon. You will be able to see where it is in our communication chat. If you are registered for the additional workshops, you know where it will take place. And information about shelter will also be provided additionally, because our trainers will direct you if we have an air raid alarm. Okay, and if you have any issues with joining the channel, approach anyone wearing this shirt, and we will help you to join the information channel. Okay, so that's all from my side. Another important issue we are trying to keep an informal balance between formal and informal of horizon formats and walks. Tomorrow you'll have a chance to learn more about the space which is hosting us. We will have 3 tours around Vinnytsia, and you can sign up at the registration table during the day. The only comment from our side is that the tour, which will be close to the river, you will, as our tour guide said, that you should wear some comfortable shoes. So, there will be some dirt. So do not wear any footwear that you will, to get dirty. We start at 9:30 tomorrow, and then we will continue here at another location. And today we will also have informal communication in the evening in the bunker. Okay. And if you would like to share your impressions, we would be very interested to read your impressions or critical ideas or thoughts that come to you during our discussions. We would like to extend our discussion from offline to online sphere, and please invite and involve your colleagues. Please write about this, share your ideas, and use hashtags that we suggest. So this Urban Forum in Ukrainian or English, so that we will be able to find one another and understand who's here, who's thinking about what, and involve it into the online, share it in the online space.
Also, there are many of you. It will be difficult to ask the opinion of each person on what we're talking about here, so we'll be happy to receive feedback from you through the online instrument menti.com. How to use it? Let's have a test run. There's a question to familiarize with one another. There's a QR code that you're supposed to use right now that you see on the big screen, or go directly to menti.com. Enter the code that you see on the screen, 36020099. If the QR code does not work, you can use the regular way of entering the website. I encourage you to go there and take the questionnaire. It's completely anonymous. I will ask our technical support to use to show the Menti on screen, so that you can take a look at the first question. We have, according to our calculations, about 160 people at our forum, which is wonderful. We can see the number of responses rising. So the first question is the place, from the location from where you arrived here to Vinnytsia Urban Forum. Where did you come from? Київ, Вінниця, Чернівці, Полтава, Хмельницький, Івано-Франківськ, Черкаси, Луцьк, Кривий Ріг. I can see increasingly more responses. Слов'янськ, Berlin. Wonderful. Городний, Чернігів region, Лисичанськ, Харків. Please go on. Please keep answering. You can see Vyshhorod, Odessa. Great. Let's use another 30 seconds to answer this question. Okay, Dnipro, dear guests, our dear English-speaking guests, please take the questionnaire too. Don't slack. Шостка, Херсон.
Закінчуємо.
So, bring to the end. Question 1. we see the most people came from Vinnytsia, Kyiv, Ivano-Frankivsk, Chernivtsi, and Zaporizhia. The most people came from those localities. After you have answered the question, after you have voted, at the bottom of your screen on your phone, on your device, you see the icons to react what you see. When we go on to voting for certain options, you will be able to send your reactions. Next question is, what is your background? Where are your origins from? So the place where you were born. Please answer. I can see different geography of our response. Volynь, Mukachevo, Dubno, Sweden, Mariupol, Sokal, Vishneve. See how different it is. Kharkiv is gradually becoming a leader in this question. Bogdanivka, Berdyansk, Sumy. Wonderful. Odessa, Volochysk, Obuchiv. How interesting the geography of our origins look like. It's interesting to bring your perspective of your native cities, of your native towns, and both of the one that you live in currently. Next, briefly, the sphere or the topic that you work with. It can be very brief. You can see there are options: ecology, youth politics, finance, architecture, and you can also mention your role, like manager of architectural projects, or something like that. Anything that describes you, that you feel describes you best, you can put here. You can see the social policy, energy efficiency, sustainability, civil activism. You can see how much different perspective, different expertise we have here. International technical assistance, doing nothing, slacking, okay. Small rivers, architecture, landscape, selling my garage. I'm selling a garage. Okay, that's a nice announcement. Good. You took the chance to. I think it's a match. I think it's a match. Somebody wants to sell the garage. Somebody wants to buy the garage. Okay. IT, education. We've had at least 120 responses. I think we can continue with the next question. We will also share the results of the questionnaire so that you can also take a look if you're interested. Okay, moving. Next question. One of the last questions. What should the forum do to be considered successful by you? Networking, food, partnership. Oh, there are a lot of awesome restaurants in the vicinity. Okay, insights, meeting new people, productive dialogue, tasty coffee. Please keep scrolling the big screen. Working on the strategy of recovery, printing a t-shirt, networking, meeting new people, finding new knowledge, buying a garage. All right, next forum in Chernivtsi. It must be in Chernivtsi. Okay, nice idea. Exchanging expertise, sharing important information, networking. That's all up to you. We will be encouraging you to it, but you please look for every opportunity to build contacts that you need. Okay, another bit of your time. All right, last question. You've already started to vote here. So, if your city was a hero of the movie, what genre would that movie be like? You can tell us which city you came from, or which city is the city of your origin, and the genre. Okay, comedy. Comedy gets the most votes. Next, detective. How many investigative journalists do we have here? A drama, a musical. Thank you for voting for the musical. Almost no sci-fi. It's almost almost equal votes for action movie, comedy, musical. Thank you. We'll be continuing to work on the development of your cities. I'm giving the floor to Karina to give you another piece of activity, make you more proactive. Thank you, Elena. Does anyone want to comment? If you voted for the option that's called action movie, which city is that? The city of Sumy. And why is that? Sumy. Oh my God, good afternoon. I'm from Sumy. I voted for the option action movie because I'm from the neighborhood called Himhorodok. That's a very green, quiet and nice neighborhood, but for me, Sumy, everyone thinks that it's a very harsh, rough city and people are very tough when if their origins are in Sumy. I don't know if it's true. My colleague Tatiana Zhirobkina is here. She also originates from that city, but probably like some Jean-Claude Ivan and a Jackie Chan can live somewhere here, like in a neighborhood called Cherepino. When my friend came to my city and misspelled it, and it sounded like an action movie name. Next, comedy. Who chose the option of comedy? Hi, I'm from Vinnytsia. So yeah, comedy. Of course it's a comedy. Why? There are a lot of interesting things going on in the city. That's true. And one of the oldest experiences we had, my girlfriend and I were in the line to buy some groceries, and some young guys were in front of us in the line, and girls with them. And one of the guys was kind of drunk a bit. He took his business card and he said, "My name is Gapochenko Andriy," and there was a rhyme that he used afterwards. So this rhymed pickup line was something like out of this world. Thank you. Next, drama. We have 18 votes for drama. Who'd like to speculate on that? Like a couple of words. Why did you choose drama? Why did you vote for 18 people? Anyone? Please name yourself, the city, and why drama. My name is Dmitro. I'm from Lysychansk, Luhansk region, temporarily occupied. That's why drama. Most of all, it's drama because you can see in the publics, in the channels, you can see people who you used to think were decent people a couple of years ago, and now they are for Russia. So tragic. Next, sci-fi. Hi, my name is Vladislav. I'm from Chernihiv city. Not many people voted for sci-fi. And why did I vote for this genre? Because our city, unfortunately, during the beginning of the full-scale invasion, everyone thought that Chernihiv would give up and would give a direct path to Kiev, but we were keeping the defense, not letting the invaders go to Kiev. We continued doing that. So this is actually fantastic. This is sci-fi for me. Okay, thank you. A musical. Hi, I'm from Zhytomyr originally, but I came from Uzhgorod. In Uzhgorod, we have a lot of Roma people, a large population who are very talented musically, so the life of the city really feels like a musical. Thank you, Andriy, for sharing this. And a short comment to finalize this round about the detective genre city. Hi, my name is Pavlo. I'm from Zaporizhia. I think everyone knows this, our city. We know what it's about. So the detective brigade would be very, very much needed in our city. Corruption scandals, everything. There's a lot to investigate, to be a detective about. Allocation of budgets. Yes, I'm also from Zaporizhia. My heart belongs to you. So, Olena, we have an announcement. If somebody came driving a white Kia, please repark it. Park it again because you've parked it poorly. It is stuck in the leeway. It doesn't. If you need a garage, there's a person selling a garage, so beware. Okay, we'll have another 20 minutes, 30 minutes of the getting acquainted activities, icebreaker activities. We have a very ambitious task.
In the previous part, we were talking about importance of our common action, and I think that now we can check how successful we will be in terms of efficient interaction and cooperation. We will have a very interesting exercise because we will have the speed dating round now. We will have 4 questions, and for which of these questions you will have to find 3 people you do not know, and for 5 minutes, that will be fluctuating time, 5 to 7 minutes, with a stranger, you will have to discuss this question. There are a lot of us, and we have limited space here, so we will need our complete concentration on one another. So how are we going to organize it for the upcoming exercise? So it will be very important for you to listen to the question, and then just please focus on me and try to remember the questions. So for the period of this forum, we will practice a signal. Use a signal. If you see a person raising his or her hand, it means that I would like to draw your attention. If myself or somebody else raises their hand, please stop any conversation and raise your hand. Let us try. And keep it up until you see everyone raise their hand, or we have silence, complete silence. When it's complete silence, then you take your hand down. Super. I saw some technical question from the team. No, everything's okay. So this is how it is going to happen. Our first task will be to find some place, and we will use the entire space here in this hall. Here and there, we will move the chairs, we will walk here. You can go to the stage because there is a lot of space here, and we will appropriate it for the entire period of our forum. Now, the question will be shown on the screen, and you are supposed to find 2 other people. You create a group of 3, answer this question, and then when you hear loud music, this means you have to thank your interlocutors and find other 2 people you have not talked before. From time to time, I will raise my hand to draw your attention, and let us see how it will work. So you have to find strangers, get to know them, introduce yourself, and you have to start every round with introducing yourself. Yeah, where you work, and then you answer the questions. Task number 1 is like, those of you who are sitting in the chair, please stand up and move chairs backward, right, or left. Let us check how organized we are. Clean the space. Clean the space. Yes, you have to create some room. I'll ask the team to help us.
Добре. Всіх попрошу виходити до центру.
Now everybody go to the center, please. All participants sitting there, back there, please go to the center. Take space in the middle of the room, on the stage. Come closer. Everybody, yeah, all the participants, come here, please. Those at the entrance, come here. Good. Now let us test how we work. If you hear someone talking behind you, you can go back and give them a judging look. Okay, wonderful. First question. Where are you from? Tell people about your place. Do you often go on business trips? So now you create a group of 3. Go. You have 5 minutes from now.
Стрійки. Ось, об'єднуйтесь разом з дівчатами. Будь ласка. Будь ласка, можете бути в 4 теж нормально. Так. Віталій, Анастасія, якщо вас двоє, теж ось Дмитро. Або Олег. А потім буквально люди походять чуть-чуть. Дякую, дякую.
Якщо це їх питання.
Ще час триває, ви можете спілкуватися більше, так. Час завершується. Шукайте нові трійки. Шукайте нові трійки. ще одна людина. Ага. Нові трійки знайшли? Нові трійки знайшли? Нові трійки знайшли? Супер. Так. Ні, не треба. Так. Добре. Іноді, коли ця вправа працює, і коли хтось ще не почув, що треба завершити розмову, є шанс підслухати якусь дуже цікаву розмову.
Sometimes when people do not realize that the time's over, you can overhear a very interesting conversation. I hope you found another group of 3 and be ready for the next question, which is tell people about what inspires you the most now. So professionally or your hobby or any work in which you invest your energy and which makes you feel good. So you have next 5 minutes. Go.
Нікіта, можеш приєднатися четвертим? Прийміть, будь ласка, до себе ще четверту людину. Ryan, you can be here.
завершуйте ваш.
Now we are coming to the end of this conversation, and you have to find another group of 3 now.
Знаходьте нових людей.
Нічого, я думаю, що
Ідеально, дякую.
Ideally. Thank you. Next question is not this one. We skipped one. Oh, no, that's right. What stereotypes about your city are most often inaccurate and why? Which stereotypes about your city are most often inaccurate and why? Go.
Я написала, що Київ це драма, тому що в Києві ж я думала між комедія і драма. Потім подумала завжди, драма, що робилося, от їду вчора ввечері, ні зранку їду з вокзалу. Водій такий каже, то машиною кинули, він такий, оце зробили ремонт. Ну що, не можна було рівно зробити, оце зараз
І переписуйтесь далі.
дуже прикольно з всіма містами агломерації Києва. Це кошмарно. Чим ми займалися сталими?
Ще 12 хвилин, то я багато говорити, що трошки
зараз, щоб вона в плані перестресувати його завчасно.
Слухай, просто у нас магазинчики, біля містечка, це гігантський закуплений, він зведений з листової скалки, як декларювачки гігантські. Це дуже по-іншому, серйозно. Зачиняються вони останні. Так, дійсно, в центрі Києва виставка а на вулиці відбувається в 2010 році. Це не окей в тому плані, що для мене це сором під час війни. Їздити на якомусь спорткарі, це не
Друзі, завершуємо спілкування.
Dear friends, let's end our talks in groups of 3 and look for new partners for new groups of 3. Move around, look for other people to talk to, 3 people or 4 people.
Знайдіть ще людей.
Find more people that you haven't talked to yet.
О, тепер чудово.
No, wonderful. We have the final round of discussions. And the last question is, which part of the forum are you most looking forward to and why? Here you can say, is it your first time at Urban Forum? If it's not the first time, tell more, your experiences. Why did you come this time? If you have any expectations from the program, also please include that. Okay?
Ой, вибачте.
Давай познайомимось.
Голосиш, Івана, так?
Так. Нам зараз ми завершуємо і потрібно трошки більше людей сказати. Зараз години, воно зараз ставить стільці. Ти встигаєш через 4 хвилини, я чекаю тебе. Ага.
Магія, правда?
Magic. Thank you for this round of discussions, and we encourage you to continue communicating during the 2 days of the forum that we have with you. And now we have a task to recreate the seating arrangement as before, so there will be another team building exercise for all of us. So let us return the chair using all available human resources. Let us try and do this.
Колеги, друзі,
Colleagues and friends, please come here. We have spare chairs in the hall. Please take your seats. Sit comfortably. Now we have 30 minutes ahead of our common work in this hall. Please mobilize all your attention for the and concentration for work ahead. Now, wonderful. I see the results and I see that nothing is impossible, because when we saw the number of people in the morning, we were doubting our methods that we selected for today. But now I can see that we have a very well organized group of people. So it's fantastic, and thank you. Now I would like to invite Ivan Verbitsky, Director of the Analytical Center of CEDOS. Ivan will be talking about the common house reconstruction and housing policy of the future. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm so happy to see everyone. Thank you for coming. And I am going to talk about reconstruction and future housing policy. But to lay the foundation, I would like to share some images with you and try to analyze our past and our conclusions, that lessons learned from our past, thinking about tomorrow. And of course, housing is one of the biggest challenges faced by Ukraine, our communities and towns, as a result of this war. And after that, I'm going to share with you my vision or interpretation as of to the principles that we have to bear in mind during the recovery process. The day after tomorrow, on June the 30th, in Mistetsky Arsenal, the exhibition will be closed that will demonstrate the imagery that Ukrainian artists used during the wartime. And one of the objects was created by an art group's 3 exercises of realism, and it belongs to the ceremony for 20. It consists of 3 paintings demonstrating human bodies laying on the floor, and the faces of these people are invisible. And the description to the painting goes that in the evening of February 23, we came back home from our workshop, and for the previous months, we were working on creating our paintings, and February 23 was the final day. All 3 paintings were finished, and we were tired and went to bed without any suspicion of the big war coming next day. And we were exploring the sphere of burial business that became a business rejecting humanity. When a homeless person dies, they stay in the morgue, and if no relatives are found, then they are buried. No priests are invited, and the hole in the ground is digged for 15 to 20 people. So for us, it's inhumane because a person deserves decent treatment. After the counteroffensives of Ukrainian armed forces, mass burial places were found, and victims of war are found there. Tortured, killed by artillery, or died as a result of the absence of medical assistance. And those burial places repeat these inhumane practices, and this looks like apprehension of Ukrainian genocide. And this is a poster created by Natalia Shurga and a Danish Mikael Colin Anderson. Probably you heard this name before. This poster can be bought on Redbubble website, and there are 3 figures on this poster, with a woman holding a child by a hand, and then there is a girl with a bicycle on the other side of her, and this lady shows a middle finger, or rather the pointing finger showed, the middle finger showing Russian planning, go and fuck yourself, and we will rebuild Ukrainian cities. So it's a rephrase of Zmeiny Island Defenders, which gives an answer to the question we are trying to answer in various spheres of our lives, how we should recover and rebuild our city free from Russian imperialism. So how the Verkhovna Rada returned Zvagil as the name to Novograd-Volynski, but should we start thinking about renaming Odessa, Sevastopol, or Khmelnytsky? Whether it's enough to replace the Soviet coat of arms on the motherland monument. We have construction norms that require that kindergartens should be built separately with sufficient space for playgrounds. Sometimes they also call it a terrible Soviet heritage, because now when we build the kindergartens, we should not spend so much space. We can use multi-story buildings. So should we go for decommunization here as well? Or these Russian standards also require sufficient isolation level, and probably those apartments that we are thinking about are not in the best condition. But again, if we have a lot of greenery around the buildings, that maybe this decommunization means a rejection of standards and ensuring that they are aimed at creating better life space. Russian imperialism manifests itself in various ideological forms. The Soviet Union used to be even from the point of view of Marxism, even the leftist intellectuals criticized it for its authoritarian nature. And at the same time, we have Sweden as a social state that functions in the conditions of competitive market economy. And we read all those beautiful Hugo books. But at the same time, as Russia, they are market economy. But Russia is a very specific form of market economy and very authoritarian one. ones, where we have this exploitation of natural resources and maximization of enrichment that enables us to call it a radical neoliberal state. It's not only total state regulation, but also a total absence of social solidarity, which is extremity. And if we reject one of them, it should not push us to the other extremity. Europe's recovery after World War II is a good example of development of democratic states with a dialogue between trade union and employers, good construction norms. And being a developed market economy does not mean that everything should be regulated by the market, because the market cannot decide it, because the framework for market functioning is set by the state. And the essence of democracy is that we have to come to an agreement as to the established framework. And we should have sufficient intellectual courage to be able to answer the complex questions related to decommunization. So we now abandon the state plan, but we still develop state strategies. We rename Pushkin Street, but we still use Cyrillics. We are against total state control, but we still have to develop market economy. And there are different types of market economy, different types of socialism, and we have to find our own approach, which taxes we have to pay, and which guarantees we would like to receive from the state. And here, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to address you. So this growth of interest in urbanism in Ukraine, what we saw 10 to 15 years ago, was mediated by the Russian interest, because urbanistica is very difficult to translate into English. Now we have urban lifestyle, or urban activism, urban studies, but urbanistica or urbanistic can have different meanings related to various activity areas. Sorry about mentioning the country we would like to forget, but this analysis and deconstruction of external influences that we experienced are critically important for us to be able to reject them. So in the beginning, in early 2010s, a new mayor was appointed in Moscow, and the cities was a place of large-scale protests against the developments that were taking place there. And one of the responses to these protests was policy for creating the possibilities for depoliticized activities for the youth, and development of urbanistic programs and urbanistic transformations. And in Moscow today, they have better public transport than in Kiev. And this is the center for, is a city for people, according to Janssen, unlike Ukraine, where this book was published by an independent publishing house. This book, Cities for People, was published by the state. And the author of this book, Yangel, he thanked the Russian government for the possibility to publish his book in Russian. So that it is about the ways of legitimization of the government in the eyes of the population. In Moscow, for instance, they destroyed all those kiosks in the street. They demolished them overnight, whereas in Kiev we still have them, because if that would have been done here, the people would go to protest and block the Hryshchatyk streets. So we have to think about the ways of making different stakeholders to accept that. Although in the authoritarian regimes that can be done more easily. And what we call urbanistica came to Ukraine more than a decade ago, wrapped in this depoliticized cover of urban design. But the city for people is not only about urban design. The improvement of urban space and high quality leisure time and absence of the right to vote is a social contract that led the Russian society to the catastrophe which it experiences today, because the city cannot be without a policy. Policy and community is related to political participation and political action. And if we want the comfortable urban environment be based on not on authoritarian regime and money of nature resources exploring economy, the way will be longer but more sustainable. Bicycle tracks will be created not by a leader's decision, but it will be result of the pressure from civil society. And for civil society, in the civil society, each bicycle NGO will be counterparted by drivers, automobile drivers NGO. And that's about democracy, when different groups with different interests use their representatives to defend their rights and interests. In democracy, state authorities do not dictate decisions based on their wishes, but they facilitate dialogue among various stakeholders. They listen to everyone and they are trying to find the optimal solution. Transformations require more time, but they are more sustainable because it's not a decision of one person, but very wide consensus of communities. And that means that the development vector will be changed dramatically.
Ukraine qualitatively is different from Russia because in 30 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union, we didn't close the trolleybus and tramway networks if we're not counting the occupied territories. For example, the mayor of Moscow does not have anything keeping him from eliminating the world's largest public transport network. The mayor of Kiev probably maybe would love to do that, but nobody will let him, nobody will allow him to do this. We are not aware enough, educated enough about our transport system. We will fix that. In the authoritarian system in the Russian Empire, it was them who took the historic self-governance in the form of Magdeburg right, Magdeburg law. And coming back to these traditions is what we need to say no to the Soviet and Russian legacy. The competition of ideas, the competition for the votes at the elections, finding compromise by building the strategy of development. This might sound difficult and not very compelling, and our politicians and civil servants are sometimes incompetent and corrupt, but also some of our business and trade unions are, and even some of the priests, activists, civil organizations can be so corrupt and inadequately trained. They might be, but it doesn't mean we can replace all of them by unbiased technocrats that we brought from abroad. That can't be. Appointing CEOs instead of electing mayors is what the Russians used to do. The technocrats is the informal name of the community of professional economists that are ruling the key institutions of Russia that allows this country to accumulate resources for the war against us. Technocracy without the civil control is a direct pathway to a catastrophe. Of course, professionalism is critically important. I work in the think tank and win my money by researching for the good of the government and its decision-making, good decision-making, but also the analytical research can easily contain manipulations. The way we conduct our research can directly influence the results of that research. We need the variance of institutions that do the research and productive competition amongst the researchers to stimulate the quality and provide triangulation. Another problem of excessive technocratization is the essence of the data. When Khreshchatyk was bringing back the pedestrian crossing, there was a calculation of how long for how long will it slow down the flow of the cars, and then they were taking the decisions. Was it critical for the city or not? Was it desirable or not? Is barrierless environment on the roads the most important thing right now? So based on the values, based on the strategy of development taken by the community of the city, very different decisions can be taken. That's why we need not only professionals, civil servants appointed by their professional merit, but also we need the politicians that are responsible to their electorate. We need that. In Ukraine, there is a lot of room for perfection, but we are developing, and further improvement is possible. The key is in our hands. As Viktor Zatov said, the city is its people, less aesthetics, more ethics. We don't only need to discuss the park benches, but the public discussions on should we privatize the infrastructure for private cars, should we deregulate the construction or improve the social housing building. We need the place and the platform for the dialogue. We need to understand how we want to organize our state and local policies in various fields of life. Let's take housing, for example. In the Soviet Union, the housing fund all of the housing facilities were the property of the government. And then they launched the program of the government housing building, which resulted in the housing that we have in Ukraine right now. It was given free of charge to the citizens. People received this housing, but it was not their private property. The responsibility for servicing of this housing was the government's responsibility. After Ukraine's independence, people received the right to their property by privatization. Around 90% of the housing was privatized according to this policy. On one hand, it gave the people the pillar, the basis for surviving the transformation towards market economy in the 90s. But on the other hand, it didn't solve the housing crisis completely. First of all, not all of the people, not all the citizens had something to privatize, had something in their property. Then, after 1994, new people were being born, surprisingly, and the government did not have any resource for continuing the housing. Private constructors appeared and went into the market. Not everyone has, unfortunately, the resources to buy property or even rent the property. What is to be done with that? Formally, privatization of the housing did not revoke the state system that existed before. You can get into the line to receive the property, and your community might, when your turn comes, give you that property, and you will afterwards privatize it if you want. But the chance that you'll receive this apartment in this line is close to zero. The government and the community have no money to build the property and give it out in this way. Moreover, even if that had happened, the question would be the efficiency and the justice of such policy. The entire society is paying taxes to essentially give as a gift a piece of a property to a family or a person. This policy is neither social nor liberal. It's nonsense. The system cannot work like that, and it doesn't. We either have great expectations from the state, if we expect it to give us the housing, but the government is supposed to have these resources. But do we want to diminish the role of the government and privatize? But then we have to reduce our expectations. So what do we want? The right-wing policy or the left-wing policy, or a compromise, a centralist compromise? But this cannot be done all at the same time. What we're doing right now, nothing is being done. The system still has some time until it expires, still have some resources. About 90% of people before the privatization had the housing and property. The problem for national policy was not that pressing, but increasingly more young people came into the market and they did not have anything to inherit. They could not count on anything. Also, occupation makes people leave their houses and become IDPs, and many houses are just physically destroyed. We are waiting for compensation from Russia, but this will not happen anytime soon, even if the compensation reparations are paid fully, it will take much time. So we must work on creating dignified conditions for housing right now. So mortgage or discount loans for buying property and housing might be the solution. Risks are there. For example, the continued war. We have the air raid siren right now. And even after these risks are mitigated, not everyone will have the chance to buy housing. Like in the Soviet Union, the responsibility of taking care of the housing is on the owners, but the government, the state, is not the owner anymore, it's not the proprietor. We are. We must agree with that we are not very effective users and caretakers of the property. If we compare ourselves to the Baltic country, Germany, Czech Republic, Poland, even if we take the quality of services and the quality of their housing, ours is much lower. Our last year research in Vinnytsia suggests that people are most unhappy about the quality of the housing in our city. We have a pressing need in the subsidies to pay the facilities, because many of the housing items need fixtures every 40 years, and that might cost almost half of their market price. And up until 1990, we paid additionally to accumulate costs that would cover fixing these property items. Even without that, paying for facilities was a challenge. And after some time, these accumulative payments were brought back, but that was voluntary. What's to be done with this? First of all, this can be paid by the government. These costs can be covered by the government, but is that just? Where do we take the costs for that? If I cannot pay for fixing my car, I don't expect the government to pay for that, right? What about subsidies for gas, or receiving a discounted loan, or receiving a car as a gift? No, that's absurd, of course. But the same logic we perceive as quite clear when it comes to propriety. When we talk about the car, we understand that owning it is responsibility and covering the service costs. We don't think that way when we're talking about housing. If I can't afford a private car, I use public transport. Societally, we have agreed that mobility is important, and free movement is one of the key rights of a human. That's important to implement the human potential to its fullest. So we use part of the taxes to develop public transport. This is an available option. If you want to pay extra, you pay extra for the comforts. But this basic option is important, so we try to support it and prioritize it. We can use the same logic with the housing. The right to housing is one of the universal rights of a human being. Having a place to live and a roof over your head is important for the economy and the societal life, and develop yourself as a human. So the social housing can be tackled like public transport. If I don't have the resource to use the private transport, I use the public transport. If I don't have a resource to rent or buy or rent an apartment, I can count on social housing. But as we have already found out, we have privatized the entire housing fund in the 1990s. Before the full-scale invasion, the social housing system consisted of about 3,000 housing items nationwide. In Kiev, there was about 74 apartments for a huge city of 3 million people. Directly speaking, honestly speaking, this system was very marginalized, the social housing system. The procedure of receiving these social housings was very complicated and did not fully cover the needs of the vulnerable groups. But European experience tells us that it should not be so. If we bring together the fully subsidized and the partly subsidized vulnerable groups, we can reach a balance when the system of this social housing is sustainable and will recreate itself in the long run. Such long-term investments can be interesting for a certain niche of the investors. For example, the pension funds, who don't need the skyrocketing incomes, but they need the stability of their incomes. It can also suggest sustainable options for people who are not in the vulnerable categories already, but still don't have the resources to buy property, an apartment or a house, or cover it by a loan. If we agree that Ukraine needs this system, I would suggest that we give it a good thought. We need to make a number of steps.
We'll have to revise the legislative framework and revisit the state programs. And instead of dispersing scarce resources among many programs, we have to structure them into a clearly defined program with priorities. And then we will have to create a framework for operators of social housing, and they provide for a mandatory reinvestment to ensure sustainability of the system and audit of the implemented programs, and then all the queues should be combined into a single register. We have to create a national housing agencies that would support public, municipal, and private operators of social housing. And then we would like to bring together the state's housing programs that are now dispersed among various ministries, and they should be structured in structured program. And this example can be a wonderful illustration of three important principles which I would like to discuss with you. First of all, it's a responsibility for yourself and your property, ability to bear the responsibility and perform your duties, understanding the boundaries of your responsibility and the responsibility of the state, community, or a local self-government body, and mutual responsibility among various state agencies. It's not enough just to declare that the responsibility is with local communities if they have no money to develop this housing sector. Even if they have success stories in some towns, the role of the state is to support those who for various reasons do not do so well. Responsibility, it's not only thinking about today, but thinking about the entire life cycle of some facility, decision, or policy. With regard to housing, we have to think who will repair it, how it will be repaired, what will happen to it 20 years later. Every decision we take today about housing or recovery ideally should not respond only to our urgent need of today, but we have to remember about long-term consequences. Maybe in the shorter term it is more convenient to do something, but if we think in terms of decades, then something else should be done. For instance, monetary compensation to those who need it, covering renting housing in a private sector looks a good decision even now, when we don't have this social housing at the moment, and it requires a lot of time to construct it. But if we count compensations and the cost it requires for many years, then this amount would be enough to construct social housing. And instead of pouring this money into a bottomless bucket, we could use it to create housing for those who are waiting in a queue. Another important aspect is the climate change, which cannot be rejected any longer. In Ukraine, it's difficult to think about it during the wartime. In the rest of the world, people start thinking about longer-term impact of actions, and we should think about that as well. The second principle I wanted to suggest is solidarity. In one way or another, we are in the same boat. We cannot build a closed housing complex and live there happily, not thinking about any social problems. If we fail or find ourselves in difficult life circumstances, each of us will face the risk of being outside this boat without a life-saving belt. And these social inequalities can lead to political radicalization and sympathies to ideologically radical parties, or this throwback to authoritarian regime. Solidarity is about ethics and decency, because this Russian aggression was a response to the revolution of decency in 2014. Human decency works only when it's universal. And when the protesters were beaten on the Maidan, it was not a crime against decency of these people, dignity of these people, but it was about dignity of others, because if you can do that to them today, then you can do the same to me tomorrow. And if there is no social response to the situation when people live in indecent conditions, then that means that it's acceptable for everyone. Solidarity and unprecedented mobilization of support became the response of Ukrainian society to the full-scale invasion, and that helped our country to resist. People offered shelter, food, they helped strangers. We were able to activate huge power, but unfortunately, functioning of our state today does not use this power. And it looks like it's time for us to think about institutionalization of this solidarity, to find ways for it to work not only in crisis situation, but be efficient in our everyday lives, especially where the current state machinery fails to perform its tasks. And the third principle is freedom. Freedom means that I suggest we think about freedom as of the possibility of each and every person to fulfill their potential, to become what they want to be, regardless of what other people think about it. Freedom is important for development. Freedom is about the right to make a mistake, to experiment, and have a system for support, a system of support for emergencies. So it's like insurance. If we want every person to have a possibility to fulfill their potential, this system should be universal and accessible for everyone. Usually we receive this support from family or friends, but not all of us have them, and not all of them can support us. On Tuesday, I went to a supermarket and I was trying to find lemon juice. And an elderly lady approached me. She was very neatly dressed, and she had a backpack, and she asked me to buy a loaf of bread for her and maybe a bottle of water. And then she said, "Can I ask something else from you?" She said, "I haven't eaten sausages for so long. Could you buy them for me? Or maybe something else? Maybe cheese, sour cream, anything else? And one banana. Maybe you need anything else? Maybe potatoes, some tomatoes, an onion." And then she said, "Oh, it's a lot. That's it. Or maybe one candy. I haven't eaten them for such a long time." Freedom is a situation when you are not hungry, despite whether there are kind people in supermarket, or maybe if we look in a way that people are ready to support us. We lived through the famine, great famine, and our best memory is about this strategy is to create a situation when no one dies from hunger anymore. And we cannot be the Russians for ourselves, for our people. Our freedom is a possibility to create a welfare country, a country where every person is treated with dignity, and where no one is treated in an inhuman way, the way we see now in the liberated territories. In one of the towns, my colleagues talked to homeless people, and they said that during the first month after the full-scale invasion was the best time for them. So it was the most difficult time for the majority of us, but for them, for someone, it was the easiest. Because in March 2022, homeless people were able to receive necessary things, shelter and food. In different countries, homeless people face different scale of problems depending on the state policy. State policies can be changed. Democracy is the tool for such changes. We have this tool to make our society and our state stronger, and let us use it. Let us stay together and stick to each other. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan, for such serious and inspiring and very inspiring lecture. So I exhale. Please applause again. Thank you, Ivan. And now we have a lunch break till 2 p.m. Lunch means that you will have to find food somewhere. You have an hour and 20 minutes for them. At 2 p.m., please come back here and we will continue our work. Don't forget that in the case of an air raid alarm, this will be the primary shelter for participants. And those of you who are registered for the workshops, please, in your programs, please find the location for your respective. Enjoy your meal and see you in 2 p.m. at 2 p.m.
Що ж, я думаю, що ми поступово починаємо повертатися у нашу залу для того, щоб розпочати другу частину сьогоднішнього дня і круглий стіл, присвячений питанням житлової політики. Поки у нас є ще декілька хвилин, прошу вас усіх поступово до нас займати місця.
Please come back, take your seats, get your water. In a couple of minutes, we'll be returning to our agenda.
Буду оголошувати. Так. Сюди? Ага, давайте. Давайте. Угу. Добре. Добре. Угу. Та якщо ви раптом є
If you happen to be a participant of this round table and you happen to have a presentation you'd like to show on screen, please approach our tech team and share the presentation with them so that they can show it on screen.
Що ж, я бачу,
So, I can see that it's 2 p.m. sharp. That means that we have to come back to our round table on problems and issues of housing policy in Ukraine. I'm happy to have you back here. There's still time to take your seats. My name is Anastasia Bobrova. I'm senior analyst of CEDOS, the coordinator of Housing Policy Department and the coordinator of the Ukrainian Urban Forum. And today at this roundtable, we'll be talking about housing policy, about the opportunities of its development in Ukraine. Here we wanted to bring together different organizations and institutions that are interested in the development of housing policy, of updating this policy. Of course, we can bring together everyone we wanted to see here, but we will talk about the standpoint of the national and local authorities, international organizations, civil society organizations on housing policy, and who else? That's it. We will be working in 2 languages, so if you need interpretation from Ukrainian into English or vice versa, you can take the headset at the registration stand and use the interpretation. I would like to invite on stage our participants. Svetlana Startseva, unfortunately she'll be joining online. She's the head of the Department of Housing Policy and Improvement of the Ministry for Communities, Territories and Infrastructure. Ms. Svetlana, we can see her on screen. Also here we have Andrei Ocheretny, Vinnytsia Deputy Mayor. Andrei, please. Welcome on stage. Whichever seat is seems more comfortable for you. We have other screens, so don't be worried don't be worried. We'll see Ms. Svetlana too. Also, here we have Ivan Paruch, First Deputy Chairman of the Board of State Fund for Support of Youth Housing Construction. Good afternoon, Ivan. Nice to meet you. Also, Ivan Verbitsky, Director of CEDOS think tank. I'm completely happy that there's such an ovation for Ivan after his lecture. Everyone has had the chance to meet him closer, to get to know him closer. Alexander Anisimov, head of NGO New Housing Policy, Spatial Planning Researcher at Aalto University, Finland. Roberto Villasexto, head of Norwegian Refugee Council, Country Department. Alexandra Shatyrko, Social Development Specialist at the World Bank. Hopefully Alexandra is here with us. She's joining us. And Fiona Allen, Senior Development Officer, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. We have one more chair, a spare chair. So let's remove it. This round table is half a circle. So, and before giving the floor to our distinguished participants, I will also avail of the opportunity to tell you why we think it's important to discuss the topic of housing. This year's forum and its topic is the common home. It's called Common Home. We're talking about the recovery of Ukrainian cities. The recovery, as we discussed at previous panels, doesn't only mean the physical rebuilding, but also updating the state policies. And one of the spheres that needs update and recovery is housing. The right to good, adequate, decent housing is an inalienable right of a human, and it's a part of a social contract between the human, between the citizen and the society. The states undertake the responsibility to create conditions to give people high-quality, accessible housing. If we take a look at the history of social housing throughout the centuries, what we've called social housing was given by the religious charity funds or organizations or by the employers. But starting from the 19th century, increasingly larger role belongs to national and local authorities. In many Western European countries, the modern systems of social and accessible housing began to develop after World War II that brought unprecedented, for those times, scale of destruction. The instruments to boost housing were different, but important role always belonged to local authorities. They would build housing, construct it, and create conditions for other organizations and independent institutions to do so. Also, such institutions would be driven by societal rather than commercial interests. Of course, local authorities had one of the key roles, but another necessary condition was support and leadership from the national level authorities. This is the multi-level approach that we've mentioned at the opening session. Many different countries had different approaches to organizing the social housing system, but the basic principle is the same: decent housing for accessible price for every citizen. So gradually these policies were formed, these policies of social housing. Today we can understand various instruments under this formula. When we say it now, we use it as an umbrella term that means rented housing by prices that are lower than market prices. For example, in the Netherlands, the social housing system we're discussing today at this forum, such housing belongs to the housing associations that are not affiliated neither to the national nor to the local authorities. They are independent institutions that act according to certain rules and can receive assistance, support from state organizations. In Czech Republic, for example, the social housing belongs to municipalities. The last thing I'd like to say is that the important difference between the accessible social housing and the commercial housing is that commercial housing is allocated according to the payment powers, the economic powers of the recipients. For example, one person, imagine, can buy a 17-bedroom apartment in the center of Vinnytsia, but it doesn't mean that we as a society need to create conditions to cater to this opportunity. We don't need to allocate a land lot in the center of the city to construct such housing. But at the same time, when there's a need to have housing and there's no chance for the person to buy such housing at a market price, we as a society must ensure that that person has a roof over their head. So the purpose of this roundtable is to discuss possible steps in this direction. In Ukrainian context, it's important to say that we almost don't have something that we call the social housing. We have the fund of social housing, of temporary housing, apartments that are given for free of charge usage by the citizens. Before the full-scale invasion, these funds only have several thousand apartments nationwide throughout the entire Ukraine, and right now these institutions cannot tackle the entire housing challenge. We need policies and strategies to ensure access to this housing. These challenges are unprecedented, cannot be compared to any of the European countries' situations. A lot of infrastructure has been destroyed, millions of people have been made homeless, and we need to react to these challenges, face them. Throughout the National Recovery Plan drafted by the government together with the CSOs, we have taken into account this need for free of charge housing owned by municipalities and cooperative institutions, but there are no specific steps to implement these ideas. So let's try to talk about how we see the housing policy from these different points of view and how we can move forward together to ensure safe roof over everyone's heads. How are we supposed to work here today? We have a little bit less than an hour and a half. So first of all, I suggest that all of our participants give us a small introductory speech and tell us how you see the development of the housing policy, and then we'll have two or maybe one rounds of discussion to talk about the obstacles to the housing policy, to its improvement, and any further steps that we might make. I would like to begin with the Ministry of the Development of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine, one of the main authorities that runs this sphere. And Svetlana Startseva, head of the Department of Housing Policy, would you please present to us your vision of how we can face the challenges of today and this full-scale, this high-scale housing crisis? Good afternoon. What a wonderful analysis, deep analysis of the housing policy given to us by Ms. Anastasia. And the fact that we are discussing this publicly, openly, to change and update the approaches and drafting the new housing policy, this already is a success. The fact that we are discussing this at a public forum with all of the institutions, all of the organizations that participate in drafting, in creating the housing policy. You do know, I think, that in recent years, nobody has been doing this update. And in my time in the office, this is the third attempt to update these policies. That's a great chance and an honor to participate in this discussion of the problems, the proposals, the possible solutions for the local authorities, local self-government bodies. We know that they are taking their own, approving their own local programs to help Ukrainians get decent housing. We also value the experience that the international institutions and consultants are giving us, everyone who works for the benefit of Ukraine, to share expertise, to consult of how they implemented their respective housing programs in their countries. We have, as of today, a well-formulated article of the Ukrainian Constitution, number 47, that guarantees the opportunity for every citizen to purchase or to rent or to build their housing. But this situation nowadays calls for new approaches. You know well that in Ukraine we've moved on from rent or state municipal housing to private housing. And prior to the war, 98% of the housing was privately owned. And when the challenges of the war demanded immediate solutions on housing and placement of IDPs, of the victims of war, victims of destruction, we had to face the challenge, had to face the fact that we do not have the housing that we could use for these purposes. In 1995, the Parliament of Ukraine has approved the state housing policy concept, and it is still relevant even today. Nobody revoked it, so it is still technically operative. But now we need new approaches. So the civil society is ready, is mature enough to join the discussion on updating the policy and discussing the needs of Ukrainian citizens for the rights to housing. From 2017, we have started to draft a new housing code for new approach. But first COVID happened, and then the war, and we had to reformat our vision. So we are grateful for the support of the consultants of how to solve these problems.
Today, the main issue for us is to develop new approaches to provision of housing to ordinary Ukrainians based on the international human rights standards and take into consideration the best practices of the European countries, and together with the experts from international organizations, and take into consideration the public opinion, because policy drafting should be based on the needs of the society and the demand for solutions. That's why implementation or the use of analysis of the situation, needs analysis, broken down according to the age cohorts and social status, that's all is extremely important today, and we understand that a housing policy should be aimed at creating conditions in which every citizen will be able to solve their housing-related problems. It's not aimed at providing private property for everyone, but it would mean access to social housing. Still, we have no definition, proper definition of housing or affordable, of a social or affordable housing, or whether it should be social rental policy. But again, that will require establishment of funds under the social, under the local self-government bodies. I had a preliminary meeting with representatives of the World Bank, and they recommend we should think about how to use a private-public partnership for development of the fund of social housing, and special attention, of course, will be paid to the guarantees of the rights of socially vulnerable groups, military personnel who are defending our country today, and their family members or those families who lost their relatives. And all housing policy related issues should be and solutions should be transparent, and the need for housing should be clearly identified and registered. So we have to develop a register of clear record of all available housing so that we can distribute this housing and develop a appropriate housing policy. And I wish you all have fruitful and rewarding discussion. You enjoy getting useful information and communication. I will stay for the whole afternoon with you. I am available and will be happy if I can contribute to your communication. Thank you. Thank you, Svetlana, for these wonderful words and for emphasizing the importance of revising approaches to drafting housing policies. And based on data and research, we hope we will see you in person in our next forums. And now I would like to give floor to Ivan Paroch, first Deputy Chair of the State Fund for Supporting Youth Housing Construction, who are very important players in the housing sector. Please share your vision of the future with us. Thank you. First of all, I would like to say that I represent the agency which, during the period of its functioning, provided through various mechanisms provided apartments to more than 40,000 families. And of course, at various times, we had different tools and challenges, and now our primary focus of attention is providing housing to IDPs. We have very clear understanding of the fact that state budget expenses are now used to cover those budget lines that are dedicated to ensuring defense of our country. That's why we are now more oriented towards working with our international partners and donors. The first project, high quality project, and we are going towards the end of the first stage of this project, which is provision of housing to IDPs with German funds. It started before the large-scale invasion, and part of it was implemented during that period. And I would like to mention that after the beginning of the full-scale invasion, the first mortgage loan that was issued in Ukraine came from our organization, from the resources provided to us by our German partners. Our partners apparently believe in our country, and our families have trust in us. They receive loans on beneficial terms, and they believe in victory, but still this trust to the country and to the organization, to our agency, is visible. The first stage of this project was completed in the first quarter of the current year, and our German partners carried out audit of this program, and based on the audit results, a decision was made to continue the program and to increase the amount of funding. So we hope that during this year we will provide new loans from new resources provided to us by our German partners. And I was talking about this project in detail because we understand that the challenges faced by our country in terms of recovery of the housing fund will not be covered with our own resources. And that's why our ambitious goal is to use the funds of our international partners in order to provide all economically active internally displaced persons, to provide them the possibility to use this option of receiving a beneficial loan. We are working with several international financial institutions, and we use our positive experience in order to extend this program and to scale it up. So They are discussing at this roundtable, we're discussing new housing policy, and within the framework of this discussion, the respective ministry is drafting a law on fundamental principles of housing policy, and in view of that, we would like to include into this draft law the existing preferences and norms and programs for such categories of the populations as IDPs, ATO participants, military, and some other categories of the populations that would be entitled to receive housing and buy housing using a beneficial loan mechanisms. Of course, we're talking about a small segment of the population, but such mechanisms should be preserved. Coming back to the analysis and proposals of CIDAS concerning this draft law, we agree with the arguments that there is a need to create a civilized rental housing market, and this is a larger segment of the population that needs to be reached out to with these mechanisms, and respective norms should be included into the draft law in question. I do not want to keep you too long and steal time from my colleagues. I will stop here and we can continue our discussion later. Thank you very much. We've already heard about two positions, two possible solutions as to the development and drafting state policies, the development of the sector of rented social housing and beneficial loans for IDPs. And now let us talk about local authorities who will play the key role in development of the housing policy and implementation of respective decisions. I would like to give floor to Andrei Ocheretnik, who is the deputy mayor of Vinnytsia. Hello. Can you hear me? Right. So I'm glad to welcome everyone in Vinnytsia, and we're so pleased that the fifth forum is held here. I would like to start with other issues, but from what Ivan said, reminded me where I worked in 2001, 2003. I was working in the Fund for Developing Youth housing construction. I liked the fact that it was possible to decrease the percentage of the loans and a percentage-free repayment after the third child is born, and the demographic challenges are very serious for the country. And if we use the tools that are provided by the fund, if they have this demographic component, maybe 3 children will make you entitled to repay 50% free of percentage. So if we use these demographic mechanisms, then the families will be living in decent conditions. Talking about Vinnytsia, after the 24th of February 2022, we encountered new challenges and we changed our priorities, because our first priority is to support the armed forces of Ukraine, second priority is to support IDPs, and the third, support for families with or people with low income and relocated businesses. And in the focus of attention of this urban forum are IDPs, 46,000 in the city of Vinnytsia. So now we have 405,000 population, registered population in the city. So these are new challenges in terms of accommodation. One of the elements of the accommodation issue we've been able to solve together with our international partner and GIZ, which is our long-standing partner. So we created accommodation the possibilities in dormitories, reconstruction, renovation, and so on. And we were able to provide a possibility for people to live in decent condition very quickly. About relocation, Kharkiv needs their businesses to be relocated. Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Luhansk oblasts. We have 317 businesses relocated to Vinnytsia, but these mean additional challenges. Where these people will work, who invited by the enterprises. We created a register, and private businesses can use it, and we have new jobs created by these relegated businesses. So these people are working in for these enterprises, and locals of Vinnytsia also work in these enterprises, and this creates another issue: who should work in those enterprises. So we have train and retrain people for to be able to work in respective professions. In terms of retraining, we should focus on women. For women, we should create conditions, normal conditions for accommodation, access to affordable housing, training for new professions, creation of conditions in kindergartens, schools, and hospitals, because men are now defending our country, the majority of them. If we look at our local capacity, since 2009, we've had a municipal housing program, and in April 2022, we were the first in Ukraine who expanded the list of categories to participants of the military activities and IDPs. And we have 2 houses being constructed in Vinnytsia. One of them will be commissioned in autumn 2023. So we adapt very quickly to the challenges of the time. And next facility was approved at a city council meeting. But again, we should remember about the requirements for the housing. First Lady, together with the Prime Minister of Ukraine, came to Vinnytsia 2 days ago to talk about barrier-free environments, energy conservation and inclusion, and safety and security issues. So for all houses now, we have to design underground parking, that parking areas that can be used for dual purposes. Before the full-scale invasion, Vinnytsia joined the European Green Deal. And in these municipal buildings, we were maybe the first. We refused to use gas for cooking, water heating, and we use electricity.
Of course, we use it from the general power grid, and also we have implemented the program for encouragement to install solar stations over 5 megawatt at businesses of Vinnytsia. By July of 2023 has already been installed. So these elements tell us that we need to bring together the local level, national level, the community, to find out what we need the most. We have all we need to play by all of these criteria. Nobody will let us join the EU if we have the old housing codes. We need to understand that the housing must be contemporary, up-to-date, high quality. Vinnytsia already has success on this path. I would like to thank the GIZ representatives, the representatives of Nadia. There will be many more other successful projects for granting the temporary and then permanent housing for IDPs. Thank you for this manual that you gave me as a gift. I see you quote parts of it. That's a great manual that tells us how to move forward, how to take care of the environment, how to take care of a human being, how to be human-centered. This is what we start with. Thank you. Thank you, Andriy. It's very nice to hear that several times at the forum we have mentioned how important human-centered approach is. Also, let me remind you, if we have been talking about Vinnytsia and housing construction, we have an exhibition at the Glass Hall for your attention. Now, let's move forward and let's talk about the CSOs and NGOs that have always been the driver of progressive reforms in Ukraine. I would now like to give the floor to Ivan Verbitsky, head of SEDOS think tank. Please tell us about your vision of the housing policy. Thank you. I think that it's important to admit, when we're talking about housing policy, that we will never be at the point when the list is over, the to-do list is done. At the beginning of the 1990s, when we had the line to receive housing, there was a list of people who are homeless, and we calculated the cost of building those housing items. And now it seems naive, but we thought that it will take a certain number of years to solve this problem once and for all and make everyone happy. Now we are talking in a similar way about housing for the IDPs. There's a list of people. We need to provide them with housing. Like we are talking about this as if it was a task that can be finished completely once and for all. This is an illusion and a mistake. This is an ongoing need. We need sustainable decisions, scalable decisions that will enable us to not only help this list of people that are in need right now, but also people who come up with needs, the new victims or people who suffered and need home, because life is unpredictable. One of the drawbacks of our housing policy right now is lack of synchronicity. There are housing programs for, say, judges, prosecutors' offices, other officials, other professionals. Is it effective? Should the prosecutor's office have a housing policy as one of its tasks? That's a question for discussion. But I think we should make it more coordinated and a state-led housing policy. This process that we've started at the ministry is it's good that we continue fruitful discussion, but we need a unified state housing strategy, priorities, indicators, a clear vision of what we need to achieve, so that in 5 years we can assess our achievements. How efficient was the housing policy in Ukraine throughout the most recent 5 years? How can we measure these KPIs? So, in order to track our progress, we need the criteria. We also need powerful, strengthened institutions to implement this housing policy. They can duplicate their tasks, but there must be institutions at the national level, at the local level. It seems to me that right now the government and the country are facing challenges that just need more man-hours, more people to work, people who will be 9 to 5 on a 9 to 5 job to solve this problem. The government doesn't have the capacity to boost the number of civil servants, the officials. This housing problem is increasing, and we're trying to solve it with the same team, the same number of people that we had before this severe crisis. So we need to build capacity, also locally, financial capacity to work with this. Oh, I will mention another things to summarize. When we're talking about renting or social housing or commercial housing, we must remember that we have the biggest opportunity of renting an apartment at OLX or other similar websites, and your landlord-renter relationships can be very different, very special. Depends on how you agree. You can give them cash in an envelope, and if they change their mind suddenly, they can throw you out of the apartment. They can visit you whenever they want, and you cannot even protect your rights if you complain to the police or somewhere, because officially you do not. Your relationship with the landlord are not regulated. Of course, normally the landlord cannot visit you at the place you're renting without your knowledge, without prior agreement. When our foreign colleagues came into the students' dormitory, and the Ukrainian officials that were asking their German colleagues, and were asking, how do you check whether the students are behaving in their rooms, in their dormitories? And the German colleague asked, did I understand you correctly? Can you paraphrase it? And then she quoted an article of the Federal Constitution of the Federal Republic of Germany that states the exclusive right of the person who holds the rights to this property. So here at the Ukrainian market, if you're paying your landlord, this doesn't guarantee you any. Doesn't give you any guarantees that you're staying in this apartment for all of the time agreed, and that nobody will throw you out. It's also obvious that the relationship, this business relationship, has to be protected and regulated, because when in western regions of Ukraine the rent increased by 10 times, this looks and sounds very wrong. These large-scale issues we have to solve, for example, discounted loans. Is this the way we want to take? What does it mean when we say long-term discounted loans, when we suggest that option to people? Is this the best way for them? This is a big question. What would that mean in long term for this society? Another issue is the property taxes. Do you pay the property tax? In European municipalities, the property tax is one of the key parts of filling the budget. The municipality invests the money in developing of the infrastructure, in public transport service, in the road network, the schools. So that's why your property rises in costs, and you can rent out your apartment at a larger price and receive income, and also you can sell it for a larger price, and for this benefit you are paying the tax to the municipal budget to cover for the added value that you receive from the municipal services. As a result, this creates an impetus for the municipality to make these improvements, to make the streets better. In Ukraine, the municipalities do not have this stimulus, this cue, so property tax system does not work well. In Ukraine, it's a very small part of the municipal budget. Do we want to tax property or tax labor? This tells us a lot about our model of economic development as a country. Also, I'd like to mention, I have two more points. First point, it's very important to have this inclusivity when we're talking about the space, so that you can access your housing without any problems. Also social inclusivity, to avoid ghettoization, to avoid creating rich neighborhoods and poor neighborhoods. This has a bad impact on social cohesion. And it's impossible in Ukraine right now. The municipality cannot regulate which percentage of the housing is commercial, which one is social, because the ghettoization is in other cases will be inevitable. And the last point is homelessness. I cannot avoid talking about that. There are large regional centers, cities that you don't even have homeless shelters. I think this is scandalous. This is completely unacceptable. This is basic infrastructure, ground level infrastructure that we need to provide for our society. Thank you, Ivan. We have the microphone. Thank you very much for mentioning this important point and bringing us back to the issue of renting, because this is an issue that is often overlooked during housing and housing policy discussions, and people seem to think that renting is beyond politics. It's an open market. It's all solvable. But the issue of renting is the housing policies issue too. Let me promote the legal advisor instrument that we prepared together with a SEDOS lawyer on how to rent and rent out your property. We have accumulated all of the most frequent questions on this topic for you to help to inform you. Alexander Anisipov, head of a new housing policy, CSO. Alexander, please. As I'm very grateful to the organizers, to all of the participants for the chance to speak to you today. I also say thank you to the previous speakers. I have 3 points to make. First of all, it's an urban forum, not a housing forum. So it's an important focus of attention. If you're not a housing expert, it's a good point of time to give it a good thought. What role does housing play in your life? The environment, the infrastructure. Usually, the property takes up about 70% of the cost of what a settlement is worth. We must remind what the cost of the settlement actually includes, what it consists of. My second point is that
many of you mentioned that the situation changed after the full-scale invasion. It's yes and no, because the war started in 2000 to 2014. IDPs appeared in 2014, and we cannot say that the Ukrainian towns developed a respective infrastructure and the state was developing respective policies actively. So this is a question for us, what we can create, how quickly we can respond, and what we had as of the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And the third theme I wanted to mention, and Ivan already said, that very often we are thinking in some abstract categories, and I think that we should start thinking institutions and processes. I think all these conversations about the housing policy should be focused on mechanisms and institutions that would ensure the exercise of the right to housing, construction of houses, and we can be very specific only if we are talking about organizations and processes. Only then we can find something tangible, something meaningful. A friend of yours, the Deputy Minister of Education, who is my former professor, used to call them tangible results. So we should be talking about things and themes that are very specific. So I have 3 slides which I wanted to show to you. They are very brief. So from what we started, we started not in 2022, and what we understand and what we've discussed so far, part of this presentation, wherever you see it, is not so relevant as the risks that we can see. Municipalities do not cooperate with international funds for construction of social housing, and state does nothing about that. It's a huge problem. We have a dysfunctional system of management of multi-apartment buildings, which is a social, infrastructural, and economic collapse, which is approaching, and very, very small groups of people are now discussing it. But this will affect each of us, and these buildings will collapse eventually, whether missiles come or not. This is the responsibility of the team in the ministry. There are 10 to 15 people who've been dealing with the same problem for many years. We, as urban developers and architects, we should think about, like, we are planning the towns, we have infrastructure, we make drawings of streets and someone will live there, but we never talked about the residents, about the composition, about the age groups, economic status of these people who will live there. And I think that eventually planning should be dedicated to planning the environment in which people will live, and our values are fair cities, socially inclusive cities, and housing is the main tool ensuring such establishment of such cities. And we have to start looking for answers, but where? The United States, yeah, the Americans can help us. Yet the United States has the worst system of provision of social housing. The US is an example of what should not be done. It's my position as an expert. Various experts have various opinions, but if our goal is to ensure socially diverse cities, social environment, the US have other values like private property and so on. They have different objectives, and they've never achieved these goals in the United States throughout their history. So we have a report. So we have 20 or 30 copies left of our report. It's a report called on rebuilding a city that can be called a home. We developed it together with our Austrian and Dutch colleagues, and we should look at the examples that persuaded the world that this is the system that ensures sustainable long-term investments in housing and in creating the values that we would like to achieve. We're talking about Denmark, Austria, the Netherlands, the local cases such as Vienna and other successful cities in Europe. France can be quoted as an example. So these are the countries where social housing and housing legislation is really aimed at ensuring high quality of life. Mechanisms are well known. We should not reinvent anything. These are the mechanisms where the money is floating within the system. These are the mechanisms of efficient land policy. When cities control the use of land plots, it envisages development of quality legislation that supports housing operators. And of course, that means that we will need efficient government officials who, like in Finland, who would be interested in working with local funds, national funds, investing into large-scale projects in the interest of the entire Finland or the country, not individual communities. And the final theme I wanted to mention is that it's a silos thinking. So that brings us back to the topic that housing does not exist on its own. We have to reconstruct, recreate the territory. We're talking about a certain system which can be called a donut system which consists of a set of measures which unfortunately is not implemented in Ukraine today. I'm not saying that we should not do something when other things do not work, but if we really would like to have a quality urban environment with affordable housing, we have to pay attention to everything, to reform of multi-apartment buildings, developing capacity of local self-government, creating land banks, territory planning. We need a legislative framework, as mentioned by the ministry. We need national agencies of housing, the fund for supporting housing construction that would be interested in working with local governments. We need people in municipalities, professional managers who are able to implement projects. And of course, we need people who should be in the center of the entire system and who should be protected, which unfortunately is not the case today. And when we have all these components together, when the state and we as the society manage to achieve these points, then this vision, which is currently absent in Ukraine, and the vision that I suggest and some of the experts and civil society representatives present. So we need ecological, affordable housing, and then we will be able to reach this goal. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you. I will not keep you too long. Let us move on. And now I would like to present the position of international organizations that are involved in the recovery process. I would like to give floor to Fiona Allen, Senior Development Officer from UNHCR. Fiona, over to you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank again for inviting us to sit on the panel and to join such a great conversation. I mean, I think a lot of the points from UNHCR have been mentioned by the previous panelists. You know, as we said this morning, for us, when we consider recovery and specifically housing, for us it needs to be really people-centered and come from a human rights base. We know how fundamental housing is now in the context of Ukraine. After security, housing is the number one consideration for the displaced. It's the number one consideration for refugees about their ability to return home. So how can we tackle that? It is a significant challenge, and it is incredibly complex, and UNHCR does not sit here as an entity that claims the expertise over housing policy. Our role in country is to help support the government and Ukrainians to devise their own policy. But for us, it's really important that we maintain a space in those discussions for the vulnerable, in particular IDPs and returnees, but also many of the marginalized communities for whom the impact of war is significant, be it because of their own displacement, or be it because they now live in communities that are supporting that displacement, and therefore access to key services has become tighter. I think when we look and we think about what we can do, I mean, obviously there is an immediate response that we're able to deliver through our own internal programming. But when we consider the discussions, I think some of the thoughts that we heard just now come up a lot. Ukraine needs a new, modern, comprehensive housing policy, and it needs to reflect the needs on the ground. And the best way to do that is from the bottom up and to engage with those communities. And we know that the needs around social housing and affordable housing and adequate housing are big. But what we also know is we can't develop a housing policy in isolation, that housing doesn't stand by itself. We do know the experience of earlier displacement, that we risk placing people in de facto ghettos if we don't consider where we're taking housing planning decisions. Are we linking them to services? If the services aren't there, can the services be delivered? Obviously, another key consideration at the moment is access to employment and how we can develop urban spaces where people can live comfortably and adequately and can access those full range of services. So for us as UNHCR, it's important that when we have these discussions, we're also linking them into other areas of programming and other areas of intervention for us. What we're trying to do at the moment in order to sort of respond to the immediate and to the more medium-term needs, but also to generate discussion and ideas around these precise topics, is really work at those community levels, using our housing program as an entry point, but to also hear the broader needs, so that we can start to devise locally based planning that will help in the short term, but we can use the information that we gather from that experience to feed into the broader discussions at the national level. So I'm conscious of the time. I know you want to have a full discussion and there's still 2 members of the panel. So I think for us, I would reiterate the points. It's very much people-centered, human rights-based, but it positions a housing policy needs to sit in the broader framework, especially when we look to the future and especially when we look to Ukraine's willingness and desire to join the EU.
Дякую, Фіона. Я тоді
Thank you, Fiona. Then I will give floor to Roberto Villasexa, who is the director of the National Office of the Norwegian Refugee Council. Over to you.
Дякую величезне і всіх вітаю. Дякую, що поділилися такими цікавими думками і за запрошення. Я навіть трошки
here on this panel, but basically maybe what I would like to maybe explain briefly what does an organization that like the Norwegian Refugee Council does in Ukraine. Why are we here? We've been here since 2012. Our intention was to hand over our activities to one of our national partners in 2023, this year. Unfortunately, February 24 last year, the full-out war started and we took a different turn. So we've been scaling up our response, our humanitarian response ever since. So we are a humanitarian organization. We have 77 years of experience. We focus on very few sectors of expertise, and one of those sectors is legal assistance. And within legal assistance, we over the years we've become sort of a global expert in housing, land, and property rights. So I'm very grateful for the invitation. I'm very grateful to be included in this panel by the local authorities, by the civil society. A very strong civil society that I haven't seen in any other country that I ever worked with NRC before. I've been with NRC for 14 years. I've worked in conflict zones, in war zones for those 14 years. And I'm really amazed by the resilience of Ukraine, that even in these really hard times of war, that these issues are being discussed at the moment. So that we're thinking about the short term, the medium term, and the long term. So so Ukraine can rebuild what has been destroyed, which is unfathomable. And look forward towards a future accession into the European Union. So NRC, the Norwegian Refugee Council, we at a global level, we are the lead agency of the housing, land, and property area of responsibility of the protection cluster, which is, as you know, or as you may know, part of the UN system of coordination. And here we co-lead the HLP technical working group as well. So this is humanitarian jargon, but these are the platforms of coordinations that we use to link up what we do to other initiatives, not only international initiatives, international organizations, the UN, but especially to the strong civil society, strong NGO, CBO, and CSO base that exists today in Ukraine. So as part of that, and so I'm here, I'm joined by my colleagues Stuart and Alina. Stuart is our HLP, Housing, Land and Property expert, and Alina leads our work with the Ministry of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure. She's been behind with another consultant on the development of a housing strategy for IDPs in the country. So the main focus of NRC, I mean the word refugee in our name speaks for itself, but it expands to everyone that is displaced, either within the country or across borders, and then to also in Ukraine to people affected by the war. So we've been working with the Ministry of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure now on that, after that strategy, on the development of the new housing code for Ukraine. The housing code that is meant to replace the old housing code from Soviet times, I believe from 1984. And we're doing so, we want the process to be transparent, we want the process to be consultative, we want the process to I mean, we're being led by the Ministry of Infrastructure to conduct sessions of information exchange where we can gather all these ideas, and then our consultants, all of them from Ukraine, can start. I mean, we already have the skeleton of the housing code, the new housing code. And the first draft will be finalized soon within the next few months, with the support of all the organizations that work on housing solutions here. So just briefly to add that, so it's the challenges are massive. And I agree with Ivan. They will not be solved from one day to the next. We need, but at the same time, as an emergency response organization, we accept our degree of responsibility. That's why we wanted to support the Ministry of Infrastructure with this initiative, with the support of our national and international colleagues and the World Bank, but at the same time that we as UNHCR, as Fiona just mentioned, we also have to focus on the now, right now. So the provision of immediate assistance, some of the assistance on housing specifically, we have a program, an emergency response program on housing. So some of those solutions, in some we've been working closely with UNHCR, are cash for repairs for those IDPs or other people affected by the war that have not decided to leave their places of origin, to conduct, at least to get their housing units back to a minimum standard where they can that will protect them from the cold or the heat during the summer. We have a small to medium repairs program as well that aims at the same thing. These are short-term solutions until medium to longer-term solutions are put together. And then also we support some of those collective centers where I believe there are 2,000 collective centers at the moment hosting IDPs around the country. There is more than 100,000 people in these collective centers. Some are being shared with university students. I've visited some of them. I mean, it's a good example of cohesion when it works. And I've seen good examples of the students and the IDPs, mainly the elderly, coming into these centers, those that are most vulnerable, and sharing space with young people. But that's not sustainable. So, and we need to think of other types of programming and hopefully together with all the expertise here in Ukraine, this really active civil society, these really active local government structures, our full support and engagement, and as I said, responsibility that we feel as an international organization, rights-based organization, to fulfill this fundamental right, the right to housing, and all the fundamental rights that are associated to the right to housing. Thank you very much.
Дякую, Роберто. Я тоді передам слово.
Thank you, Roberto. Let me give the floor to Alexandra Shatyrka, Social Development Specialist of World Bank. World Bank being one of the key players in reconstruction. Please, Alexandra, speak about reconstruction, social development in this context. Hello, dear colleagues. First off, I'm thankful to you for possibility to participate in this discussion. It's a good time now to update housing strategy in Ukraine, implementing strategic long-term solutions, strategies aimed at people. But it needs to be noted that in parallel, we shouldn't forget about short-term, immediate needs, measures to be taken now in parallel with long-term strategy development and perspective. That is why World Bank, in coordination with other partners, provides support to government of Ukraine in developing immediate response to the urgent needs of those affected by Russian aggression, namely rebuilding damaged housing. In line with the assessment made together with government of Ukraine, World Bank, UN organization and the European Commission, it was determined that around 2/3 of housing stock which is damaged may be rebuilt in short and mid-term perspective. Housing sector is one of the most that was negatively affected, 37% from all the damage. Around 1.4 housing units destroyed, damaged, and more than 3.5 million people suffered as of February 24, 2023. So immediate reconstruction of damaged, destroyed housing is very important and pressing. In long-term perspective, we need to note that it is necessary to take measures aimed at creating a contemporary state, low carbon, climate sustainable, energy efficient, and resilient, facing natural disasters, also involving private sector. As we realize that this is a great burden for the country budget. Also, Svetlana mentioned at the beginning that social economic indicators for communities are very important, as well as demographics. This is what we should start off and base our reconstruction plans locally, and housing policy should be brought in line to the state of play in the field, so that the communities take part in creating these policies, because the key is human, the key is state response to vulnerability of people, inclusivity and well-being of population. It is important to note also that at the first stage of planning any policy, any decision making by state, we need to consult a broader public. At the very beginning, at planning stage, we are to hear the voice in the field and their opinions locally. And it is important to respond to the voices of local people and to respond with efficient solutions and policies. Thank you. Thank you, Alexandra. We have very little time left, so I will switch to mode of not very kind moderator. So our next circle, I would like to ask all our participants to be as concise as possible. You will have around 1 minute to represent two main steps that need to be done in housing policy in Ukraine. I would like to remind for everyone what we're speaking about. We're speaking about necessity of updating housing policy in Ukraine, about national level law being developed about fundamentals of housing policy, that the social oriented housing needs to be improved, and we need to pay attention to the need of renting housing and to take into account vulnerable categories, displaced people, importance of housing for veterans. We also note importance of housing related to other areas in city planning and development, economic policy. Beside that, we singled out several important issues: fragmentation, scattering in housing policy, needing to involve state agencies better. We also draw attention to need of involving and participation of stakeholders in developing such policies. And keeping all that in mind, please name two main steps that need to be done. Next, it will be a great summary for our roundtable. Here, I would like to start from you, Andrew. Please, the floor is yours. Yes, please, let us keep with time. I would like to give possibility to everyone to express. So 1 minute, please. I would like to call Vinnytsia and our Norwegian colleagues to make not only good housing conditions, but the possibilities for Ukrainians to return to Ukraine. We have jobs created here. I would like to see one day people working well, receive good housing conditions, and this is possibilities for jobs via institutions like UNHCR and other structures, donors. If we speak about Vinnytsia city, we have created Department of Housing Development. I call on our communities to implement something in their structure to single out this development and rebuilding as a priority. Thank you. Thank you very much for this concise reply. Ivan, I will be very concise and laconic. I would like all of us to be united by one objective. developing and adopting the law about main foundations of housing construction policy, which should be a certain start of new housing policy. And I would like the broader public and state institutions and international partners to get involved in development and lobbying for such project. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan. If you would like to say, you may hand to Alexander and you will say later. Thank you. Honestly speaking, I doubt that there are 2 points I may name or even 2 steps. Maybe a personal message. We have voiced political messages already, personal message for everyone working with the city to think about housing policy, about housing. So when you work with city, keep in mind if you work your reports, your projects do not mention housing, structuring, funding of housing. It's like they overlook something. It's a point I write the scientific thesis about spatial planning, and those who deal with that should know theory. They do not read those scientific foundations. Many people buy housing, pay loans half of their lives, living in the space that the planners try to create for them. This is my message, to build better thinking about housing. Probably this is one. Second, I think that our law, I will not comment on law, it's a very long story. I think it is much more important on the country level is to have a place for discussion of law. We never had that. Parliament is not the platform that may involve civil society experts efficiently, so international organizations could create platform for technical assistance that would facilitate more systemic, more comprehensive, dimensional consideration of housing issues to discuss for all necessary stakeholders to work with that. So second point is platform of technical assistance or platform for discussion or expertise platform to develop housing in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto.
Okay.
Roberto, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, maybe a couple. Then specifically on the housing policy of Ukraine, I think that the development process has to be consultative and transparent. That's what we are trying to do through the work done, as I said, by our lead consultant, Alina Moskalenko, who's here. And we had two rounds of consultation so far with participation of national organizations, international members of parliament, the UN. So it's that's ongoing. It will keep going. We will try to bring in as many voices as possible, including the voices of those that we work for, that we're working for, and that we, as NRC, we meet every day all over the country. Then the law that the housing policy has to be accessible. That means systematizing the access to the support systems. There has to be a digitalized record of to be able to store the information on damaged housing. The housing code has to be diverse. We cannot focus on one, as it has been mentioned before, one single type of a housing option or access to housing like property, but it has to include other options: social housing, social rent with the right to purchase, and other initiatives like communal housing as well, cooperative housing, sorry. And then it has to be a fair process for settling disputes as well. I would say that we need to protect tenure, not only of those that are currently renting out, housing, but of those that are currently in collective centers that don't have any other option. So protect those most vulnerable individuals from eviction. So I would say just on the housing policy, that would be from our side the most important points to tackle.
Дякую, Роберто. Дякую, Олександро.
Thank you, Roberta, Alexander. Thank you, colleagues. I'll try to be short. Taking into account the importance of decentralization, I'd like to say that on the national level, it would be great to define roles and responsibilities for local government bodies, because they are the ones that bear the most responsibility. The register of damaged and ruined housing, forming committees on assessment of this damage and identifying the sum for compensation to the affected population. We also should think of the program to develop capabilities, to build up community capabilities. We need to build up on the expertise of people, taking into account the policies of social, environmental measures, anti-corruption, risk mitigation, which is very important in the process of rebuilding. And also we should think of engaging public organizations and have them in committees, assessment groups, and the like. Also, I'd like to draw your attention that the Ministry of Recovery is now working very actively on digitalization, transparency, and this ecosystem called DREAM, which is very important in terms of recovery and housing policies. Maybe there is a space to engage, to involve public, general public, to get more answers and advice. And the last thing to point out is, as long as Ukraine is preparing to join the European Union, all our policy should comply with the standards, with EU standards. Thank you. Thank you, Fiona.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I think data. I think we need data on people. I think we need it on their needs, but I think we also need accurate, comprehensive data on the housing available and its status, both in terms of condition and legality. And then I think I would echo, we need documentation and a platform for what's already happening, lessons learned, knowledge exchange that can all be used to inform the policy.
Дякую. І у нас є ще...
Thank you, and we have two more people. I'm not sure if Svetlana is still with us. Svetlana, can you sum up about the following steps of the ministry, maybe two solutions. Hello again. Thank you for your very interesting reports, for the things you mentioned for our ministry. And of course, you know, we have already started the public processes, and every Thursday we have open discussions on improving the housing policies, and all stakeholders and general public NGOs were invited. So we are grateful, especially Fiona, for involving UNHCR members, and thank you, Anastasia, the team, the SEDES team, and thank you, Mr. Alexander, for your criticism. And now we are working to improve these two spheres, improving the right for housing and changing some laws and regulations about management. But we have so many challenges in front of us. We have two laws, active laws, which regulate providing housing to different groups of population, and for us it's a big political challenge to change our approaches. So I thank again international partners and the organizers of this platform and all consultants and specialists. You've been so helpful. And I invite you to keep on working together and having this discussion. All your suggestions and propositions are welcome. Now, when we are working on our laws and legislation, your contribution is so valuable. And then we are going to work with our parliament to support our decisions. So again, thank you for the work we are doing now together, for all your criticism. And I invite the city of Vinnytsia to join us on the next Thursday during our open discussion. I really enjoyed your speech, and we value local initiative and what you're doing by way of rehabilitation of IDPs and improving your own city. Thank you again. The programs Ivan was talking about, of course, they will be in future. They will be present in future. That's preferential loans and mortgage. They are additional instruments will help to provide people with their right for housing. And thank you again. Please, I'll be glad to work with you. And I think that this meeting today was done at a very high level. Thank you. Thank you, Svetlana. Our time is almost over, but I'd like to give the floor to Ivan Verbitsky to sum up. I feel so much pressure to do it just in 1 minute. I promise to be that short. Mrs. Svetlana said that next Thursday they will have this discussion. Please, I invite all of you to join and give your recommendations. And the second point is the scandal with this register, that we still don't have any unified state register. And the third thing, we need a state ombudsman who would help people in all the ugly situations. how can we change it? We need to change our culture. That's something to start with. Another point, does anyone rent? Okay, do you feel protected? No. Then when will you unite into an organization to advocate your rights? Well, thank you, Ivan. Thank you, everybody. So I won't steal any of your time. Unfortunately, we don't have this opportunity to discuss all the questions with our audience. But what I suggest, people look at our panel members, remember their faces. They will be here for some time, so you can approach them and ask all your difficult questions. It's a unique opportunity for you. So thank you for listening, for being with us at this round table, and I hope it was useful for you. And I invite you to keep on, to continue this dialogue and discussion in a more informal way. So let's take a round of applause to us and everybody. And just a few words. We have 8 minutes for a coffee break. And after that, oh, actually, we have more time for coffee break. Well, colleagues, just a minute of your attention. Okay, so it's still working. That's great. So, 3:45, please come back for our Pecha Kucha. I'd like speakers to come to me during this coffee break, and
Колеги, запрошую вас займати ваші місця. Ми будемо зараз розпочинати.
Please, colleagues, you're invited to take your seats. We're going to start. I see there is a line at coffee. Please grab your goodies with you. Find a convenient place in the audience.
Добре, колеги, отже, зараз у нас з вами буде такий
Okay, colleagues, we're going to have the Pecha Kucha format of work. Please raise your hands. People who knows what this format means. Okay, wonderful. Great. Pecha Kucha format is a series of short presentations. During those presentations, our speakers will have possibility to share their initiatives, projects, research. You may see the program for presentations in your agenda. This format is unique by every speaker is to have 6 minutes for their presentation. Classic format is 20 slides. Every slide changes in 20 seconds. In our case, we decided to cancel this limitation and to have in general 6 minutes per presentation, and the nuances following. Please know that you will not have possibility to ask questions, no space for feedback here. However, after all the session, these presentations, we will send to chat link for those presentations. So if you would like to speak more to someone who presented their case, you will be able to go by link, find presentation, continue communication. Please, if you have some questions, take note to take care about your feedback on your own later. So we are going to have some presentation non-stop. Each of them is going to last for 6 minutes. Okay? Let me pay attention also. Please, I would like our team to help in order to stop discussion at the back of the audience because we are about to start. And I would like to invite Valentina Shalimborska to present first about possibilities of cooperation and support for communities, and she will say more how this works in Roskvit. Okay. Good afternoon, Valentina Shalimborska. I represent Urbanist Coalition Roskvit. I'm happy to see members of coalition as well as our partners. Thank you for inviting us. I don't know if many of you know about Roskvit, so let me tell a little. Roskvit team, coalition, Roskvit, Urbanist Initiative for Ukraine, started in March previous year as a response to the full invasion challenge. Coalition started from call of Mr. Drozdov, famous architect, to Fulka Treffers, famous Netherlands urbanist, saying we need to do something, saying we cannot wait for the war to end. We need to start thinking now how to help Ukraine to rebuild right. This was the start of coalition. It started with regular calls, communication, unifying around themselves urbanists, architects, ecologists, economists, and people who cared. First, communication was on a weekly basis, then they understood that we need to unify European expertise, European experience, but definitely need to involve as many Ukrainians as possible. Now the strategy is that 50% of participants, specialists from Ukraine, 50% of participants, specialists from abroad, requirement to specialists from abroad to have post-war rebuild experience or some post-crisis ad hoc. Now we have many different researchers in our team, projectors, urbanists, architects, ecologists, economists, teachers, historians, also several members of our parliament. Objectives were set by Roskvit in July previous year remain unchanged to improve life in Ukraine now, and most important to be ready for the end of war. And now, in this impossible time, to rethink what cities should be like in future, the way our territories should be in future, what should be economic vectors, how we are to return people to cities. And again, this, I don't know, graph picture, it wasn't invented by us. This is experience, bad experience of Bosnia. This is a difficult experience of Beirut. When we're thinking about something urgent, when we're thinking about how to help now, when we try to respond to challenges of IDP, we have no right to reflect with temporary solutions. There is nothing more sustainable than temporary. So any project Roskvit implements in any communication, Roskvit supports with municipalities, with advisors, we always say that we need to do now, smart for this to work, to be within the future strategy. Those are our directions of work. We draw lots of attention to research, and I would say that this is more of a European approach. We do not allow ourselves to make decisions. We do not allow ourselves to be guided by some mayors. Do something to have a great, why do we waste time for research? We know now that we need space. No, we say that we need time to research. We need time to understand why this space is necessary, how many people it may accommodate, what function it will fulfill, how it may be useful for Ukrainians, how it may be inclusive, which is the right grass to plant or trees. So those things require research. After elaborating different research, we try to do some actions, project with some municipalities, some successful and some not very successful. This is our reality. And of course, all results of our research, results of our projects, we're trying to tell, to show in different ways. We call it education. We implement several courses to improve awareness of municipalities with European partners, and on our own we do webinars, lectures on our platform for more general public. But this educational mission we think is very important for all Ukrainians. This is a little map of our current and done projects and research, very diverse map. If you would like more detail about vision for city of Mariupol, that was represented today once again in the city of Warsaw, and taken well in general, how I implemented small project for Berislava or Chaco. Very interesting stories. And you see the areas. Last second, just recently, I hope that this might be useful to this audience. We made a guidebook involving the public to the municipal development project, in the first place for municipalities. I think that the active NGOs may also be interested. This manual developed by American colleagues together with Ukrainian specialists. We also made physical print about Vision Mariupol and about what Roskvit was dealing with in the first year of activity. You may buy those books on partner websites. More about projects on our website. Our contacts there are also available, how to join us there, also how to ask for assistance and advice if you're a community. Everything on our website. Thank you once again for your attention. Thank you, Valentina. Let me invite for next presentation Svetlana Timshina in order to speak about supporting sustainable development in Ukraine. Anna Pavlenka, please get ready. Thank you. We got it. And the first place I would like to thank organizers for organizing this forum that brings up very topical issues. UN Habitat is the agency of UN promoting sustainable development of locations, working in more than 90 countries. Thank you. Main focus of UN Habitat is facilitating transformational changes in locations with help of knowledge, policies, practices, technical assistance, and joint activities. UN Habitat had mission to Ukraine in 2022. After this mission, visiting with government of Ukraine, the assistance to Ukraine was created. This program is being implemented by launching two projects. First project is on the way to inclusive and sustainable rebuild of cities in Ukraine, and second project Just Transition. First project pays attention to inclusive reconstruction of Ukrainian cities to create facilitating environment nationwide, providing for set of tools and policies that would enable local and government incentive to resolve short-term issues related to reconstruction and long-term solutions about sustainability. Project is in the pipeline. We hope for its launch soon. What it provides: creating in-city urbanist laboratory that will deal with many issues, starting with creating the profile of cities, planning local rebuild, strategic planning, advisory services about policies, and of course gaining potential. Second project, Just Transition, digital tools and potential for inclusive, smart and sustainable renewal in Ukraine. Many questions we heard today related to data, questions related with scattering in data, and this project will in part answer to this question. And main objective is improving digital capability of government and local authorities in Ukraine to plan sustainable renewal, neighborhoods in the cities, and creating neighborhoods aimed at development of communities. Project provides creating platform that will collect data, improving capacities of local authorities to collect and to manage data, multi-tier policy, managing data and arrangements for coordination, and also efficient use of digital data to make sustainable plans and to make sustainable decisions by local authorities, local communities, and all the stakeholders. The project is being implemented on a regional level, and the close interaction started, and project is in selecting places to work with locally. If you have questions about the project or some suggestions, please, you see contact data. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana. You were so quick. You've made it so fast with your presentation, and I'd like to remind those who've come later, this is our presentation format when we have all of them one after another. If you have any questions, please put them down, and after this session, after this number of presentations, I'll give you the link to these presentations you can see on our screens now. So now I'd like to give the floor to Anna Pavlenka. She'll tell you about the global urban planning as a tool to involve people. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Anna Pavlenka. I am an urban researcher and a a special list of Novadrushkivka NGO. This is a town in Donetsk Oblast, and we are trying to build a new town. And I've become a member of the coordination group on issues of planning the comprehensive recovery of Donetsk Oblast. And these issues of regeneration, recovery, is what is interesting to me. So why am I interested in this recovery? We understand that today there is a need, and the one I've heard about being a member of this coordination group. So the problem is our government is not always willing to involve general public into discussing and implementing all these processes. And understanding that we need to build a democratic country, and we need to rebuild not only our infrastructure but also our public society, we need to do it in the most democratic way. And we need this process to be transparent and involving residents. It will boost their activity. So the topic I'd like to talk about is a way to involve, engage residents to recovery of the country using tactical urban planning. I'd like to speak from my own experience. In 2020, we had this initiative. There was a big project like Furnish Your Yard, build on the ideas of the residents. So we tried to make a space in just the yard based on the vision of local people. And it's a way to involve some resources. And here you can see that people are also a resource. You will always feel the lack for resources, mental, human, other resources for recovery, and we need to involve all of them. And it's also a way to involve resources. So we bought some materials, but people and their work is a huge resource we could use. And we worked 4 days to create this space. You can see people working, even kids taking part, because we were building this playground. And that's the team which was working on the project. And if we want to rebuild our common country, this process must be also united, and we need to involve people in different ways. Someone will take part in discussions. Somebody will say, I'm not interested in all those words. I'd like to do something physical, something real, to do something with my hands and see the results. Some people will just plant trees. So all of these are resources that we need to use. Our local authorities aren't always willing or capable to use this resource, so it's up to us to do that. Thank you. Thank you, Hanna. And I'm inviting Tetiana Pashinska with the project Kohati, with a prototype of social housing, and Anastasia Bravo, please get ready. Hello everyone, I'm Tanya and I'm a co-founder of Kohate project, and I also participate in Meta Lab, this NGO. We started working even before the war, and we were engaged in project designing, researchers, but it was hard for people to understand what we were doing. So we did some research on circular economy, and people said, yeah, interesting. But now we have our local product, and we understand that we should use local resources, less of electricity. So everything we were talking about theoretically before the war, now we are forced to live and to work like that. So it was a positive challenge. At first, we understood that we had no space to accommodate our friends and colleagues, and we were looking for some space, some housing. We asked people with unfinished flats, and we offered to finish that for them. Then we found these collective sites, and it was our first full-scale project working at a dormitory. So we were looking at these pictures, how people lived. They had terrible toilets, everything cramped together, eating and sleeping at the same place. So we wanted people to have a friendlier space. And we came all together, me and all my team. So we took these tools, instruments, and started working on the walls. Then our friends' friends joined us, and by the end we had around 200 volunteers, and it took us about 2 weeks to do something unimaginable and amazing. Practically, we changed the whole floor, like rooms, kitchens, toilets, shower rooms, so everything on that dormitory floor. And we were working together, feeling that common spirit. And it was a kind of therapeutic experience. I worked so hard and felt so great. And that's how our team was created. We feel so much love and trust in each other when we come together and work together. So we finished working on that object and started looking for some finances. So, gradually, we've become more institutionalized. We had to wait for about 6 months to get the funding, but we started 3 more projects, 2 in Frankivsk and 1 in Kamenets-Podilsky. For example, here on the right, you can see one of the objects. This house was empty for 20 years, but we started working on that. We improved the quality of our work. We gained some experience in replanning, redesigning. We started projecting, so making a shared kitchen, like for 3 families. And it was like a mini social housing. So we have architects and designers, and we try to make these spaces cozy, nice, use natural materials. We've designed the furniture that we make with our team of IDPs. So we think about senior people for this furniture to be convenient for them, so that they had some space to keep their bags and stuff. We use local production, which is much cheaper. So people are amazed at the results, and we are absolutely in love with our project. Last year, we've had 4 projects done, 4 dormitories for 700 people in general. So we reuse materials a lot. We get some materials for reusal from Switzerland, from other partners. You can see them in shared spaces. And that's how we started from just scraping the walls and looking for some flower pots. We came to a more systemic story, and we are moving forward to working on serious social housing. And after the start of one shelter, we are trying to involve local communities and residents. So that's our story. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Tanya. So I'm inviting Anastasia Burau from Right to Protection Fund, and please, Maxim, get ready. Thank you, everyone, and I'd like to thank the organizers for the possibility to be here, and I think this event is key for our life today. I'd like to talk about some solutions which should help us to solve the problems of affected people. I'd like to start with a few words about our organization. That's a charity fund, Right to Protection. Maybe some of you have already used our services, because our main responsibility is rights protection and support to our beneficiaries who are IDPs and in general people affected by the war, including stateless people and refugees. Our team provides legal counseling. We are engaged in assessing the collective sites to identify the main needs and how their rights are enjoyed. We use advocating instruments to change the existing practices and provide general help to those who need it. More information about our work you can find on Facebook on our organization website. And to talking about the challenges that IDPs face and our society in general faces. To begin with, we have this massive displacement inside the country. According to the Ministry of Social Policy, by the end of May this year, we had million IDPs, and for people looking for some refuge in other countries. Our houses had massively ruined. And again, by the end of May 2023, the amount of direct damage to housing fund of Ukraine through the war is over 54 billion US dollars. From this sum, around 46 billion is lost through ruination and damage to apartment houses. And again, that was in May 2023, before the massive ruining caused by the damage of Kakhovska Hydro power plant. So we have limited resources to provide adequate housing to people affected by the war. And we don't have funds. For example, having 200 people on the register who need the housing, we have about 2 or 3 flats to provide. That's why so many people still live in collective centers. And as you could see from many photos, the conditions are often unsatisfactory. So our monitors assess the situation, and again, in May this year, by the end of May, our monitors have already visited over 400 of collective centers, and over 300 of them need some refurbishment. only 42 of these collective centers have good sanitary or facilities. Only 40 have ramps. So we have some problems on the legislative side. And talking about new laws and regulations, we can see that they don't cover all the affected people, including the law on compensation. So here we want to design and offer more diverse solutions to enlarge the possibilities to provide the rights and solve the housing problems to people affected by the war. So among these solutions, we can have collective centers as well, but as long as they satisfy to some norms and standards. But of course, first we need these norms and standards, what is acceptable and what should be provided by the administration and how these centers can function. Another solution, which is more like a middle-term solution, is creating the funds of housing or providing some housing of social funds. Then we can talk about renting housing with the right to buy it. In our code, the article is 801. We need some improved tools to compensate for people, to cover all of them, not only those who suffered after the start of the full-scale war, because people affected before the 24th of February last year can't get the compensation. We need also some support programs like loans or preferential loans or support from local government, support to people who live in certain communities to encourage IDPs to integrate into their host communities. Also, talking about housing policies, we need to remember that there should be diversification and a lot of options for people who need housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anastasia. And I invite Maxim Terletsky to speak about social housing and building in Lviv. Next presentation from Anna Komnatna. The floor is yours. Thank you. Hello, I will speak more about social housing in Lviv, including discussing construction and forms of social housing existing today. First, challenges that we respond in the conditions of full-scale invention. And then I'm not speaking about different forms of social housing that was created before the full-scale invention. The issues we are facing: many people moved to Lviv, many people left Lviv, but nonetheless we have more population in city of Lviv. The problem is temporary shelter for several days, and second issue, people who needed a long time housing, several months, for instance, till the occupation of the territories to return. And third group are people who require long-term housing because they plan to stay in the city. Second challenge is rehabilitation. City of Lviv receives many people for rehabilitation within the framework of this project, Unbroken National Rehabilitation Center. People come for rehabilitation and they require, like their families, to stay for several months housed in the community. Third challenge, July 6, missile attack, city of Lviv, destroyed housing, need to accommodate people. First presentation was very interesting, but I disagree that the community needs to start acting now, often not thinking, because there is a problem that needs to be resolved immediately. Acting now may be fast, may be expensive, maybe not always quality. Nonetheless, I chose 6 cases we will shortly discuss, and if you need more details, we may discuss in chat. First, temporary shelters on educational facility territories, some which do not function today. If need be, they may be created. We have protocol to create those. Culture and education department to deal with that, so the community government agencies, the educational facility management is guiding this process. Director resolves lots of issues about accommodation in such educational facilities, like module city functions partly. 900 people live in a modular house in Sikhiv. Social support center deals with them. About orphans and IDPs added. Rambut is responsible for maintaining and for administration. Social center accommodation is free. Agreements for 6 months are possible to prolong as additional agreement for other 6 months. Longer term, with the more comfortable housing option, shelters where several people may be accommodated, like a dormitory. One of the cultural centers we turned into such shelter. 31 persons live there. Also, administration and maintenance done at the expense of local budgets. Rambut also, and our municipal company and center of IDPs. Unbreakable mothers. This is like additional need for specific group of people. We speak about pregnant women or those who gave birth and require additional conditions in terms of comfort and in terms of service. Center functions. 38 people live now. Maintenance, administration, the same, at the expense of local budget. Social housing for IDPs and injured who are under rehabilitation project in the process of construction. Now we have not even reached the point of determining how we're going to maintain and how we're going to administer it. The price construction is 19.5 million euro, grant of European Commission minimum the same amount a community needs to invest. So those are again fast solutions which are often pretty expensive. Last but not least, in order to respond to our need to build fast, we need to think about quality construction as well. In the process of development, Lviv Innovative Houses project implemented by a Roskvit coalition in Lviv. At this moment, it is in the development stage, speaking about creating experimental housing to understand solutions to test, to be able to use in fast and more or less quality construction of housing for families. Project is just started. So maintenance administration price we'll discuss at later stages. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Maxim. And now about housing Ukraine activity in housing sphere, комнатно. Please, Orbich Anastasia, be prepared. Good afternoon, dear friends. Thank you for possibility to present, to speak briefly about our NGO. Our organization was founded in 2019. Now we have about 45 participants, and it was created with the main objective to study best practices in the world, to develop sustainable arrangements and models of resolving housing issues for Ukrainians. We may single out main areas of our activity, analyzing regulatory documents of Ukrainian legislation in housing policy, advocating implementing best world practices in implementing affordable housing in national legislation, making sociology policies of state aiming at protecting rights within war and after war reconstruction. Participants of our NGO are actively participating in work groups of local authorities to prepare regional and state housing programs. Housing Ukraine members are within task forces to prepare projects of new housing code, we may say, but we know that this is a draft law about the fundamentals of housing policy, and we're also involved in preparing policies and regulatory documents related to providing compensation for damaged and destroyed housing objects as a result of armed aggression. Also, we do have experts, analysts, sociologists, and I would like to single out during last 2 years we have implemented the following projects ordered by Council of Europe Office in Ukraine, projects of creating construction co-ops as a mechanism of resolving housing for IDPs and people affected by armed aggression against Ukraine. Next project was improving access to housing for IDPs and people affected by conflict on community level. Within this project, we have created a digital application enabling potential investors that invest money in reconstruction of our destroyed and damaged objects of housing. Real estate enables tracing the way money was used, completely transparent. This application enables to see the outcome. We see before, after, all transactions that were happening applied to resolve issues. The last project was analyzing national regulatory framework about housing solutions and compensation about damaged or destroyed housing for population affected by war. Our main vision is transforming guiding principle of forming right for housing based on constitutional norms and based on international documents on human rights. Thank you for your attention, everyone. Thank you. We were briefed so attentively with our speakers that they're even faster than we planned. I would like to represent Gorbach Anastasia, who is going to speak about what the Ukrainians are ready for thermal modernization of houses without co-ops.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Anastasia. I work in the sphere of energy efficiency in Acadia. NGO. Our organization has a very wide net of expertise in different spheres, but we mostly advocate on the national and international level the topics of energy efficiency, climate change, agriculture. We work to develop the active, conscious community. And now we focus on the green recovery or green reconstruction, which starts on the local level with the needs of communities. So we include it in our sphere of interest, work with communities. So coming back to the topic of today's forum, I work on two projects. One of them is preparing new building standards, or to be more clear, communication with government, with the ministry to build the standards in line with European standards. So we communicate to introduce standards for buildings with low consumption of energy and zero consumption of energy, but this will be a separate pilot project in Bucha. We work at this project now with our partners. So now I'll tell you about another project which is being finalized now. This is thermal modernization of apartment houses without owner associations. I think that many of you know that housing sector takes the second line in energy consumption. The first line is industry, but if we use all the energy efficiency standards and regulations in our housing sectors, we can save up to 42%. It's our energy security. This is how we can lower our energy dependency on our partners and save a lot of money. So today, some of my colleagues have already pointed out how important it is to focus on apartment buildings. So we started to work there at the start of the war, and we understand that this is as timely as ever. Why? Apartment houses and why houses without owners associations? Because in Ukraine only 20% of apartment houses have owner associations, and they are mostly newer buildings. But our housing sector has lots of old buildings built in 1960s, for example, and they were built at very low standards of energy efficiency, and they are in a bad condition now. So all our new programs, including energy efficiency programs, work with those apartment houses which have owners associations. But what about the rest? So we tried to research this sphere on the legislation level, what policies we have, what gaps we have, what programs work or don't work. Then we had sociological survey among Ukrainians to understand what people think about it and what people need, because as we have already said today, we need to use this people-centered approach. So we try to use the best practices of experts who've been working in this area for 10 or 20 years and see pros and cons. So we are going to have recommendations which won't be just a piece of paper given to the government. These are the areas we are going to work in and develop together with other NGOs. So our final survey will be presented in October, and we can present it to a wide range of specialists and advance this problem. So we've already presented our survey. If Ukrainians are ready for thermal modernization of houses without owners associations, it was important to see and to show what people think about it, and we see that 91% of respondents want to implement energy efficient measures. Okay, people want, but they have low awareness of what energy efficiency is, where to start, who to go to, where we can take funds, because thermal modernization of a house, it's a very expensive thing, and without donors, state and other stakeholders, people cannot do that on their own. So, as a recommendation from this survey, we understand that we need to work more with people, have massive information campaigns to explain people what this is about. So you can use this QR code to see the presentation, to see our survey, because we are always open for cooperation. And when new partners come to implement projects together, it's very useful. People learn more about that. So you see my contacts, you see the QR code. We're always happy to have new partners. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. So we've heard all the presentations from the first block, and we have the next one that's about urban development. We have 3 presentations in that block, and I'm inviting Lyubomir Dmitrishin, who will be talking about hospitality court. Hello, everyone. I'm sure that urban development is about deconstruction. I don't mean that we want to ruin everything. No, but we want to counteract any destruction. That is counter-aggression. That is something that makes any violence impossible. The main theorist of deconstruction, Derrida, said that introduced this term, but it was quite difficult to translate it into Ukrainian. We were translating it from Latin instead, and we found a wider range of possible translations and to use it in our project. So we are talking about different things, like reassembly of some object, like you have some car deassembled, moved to another place and then reassembled, or you can take off a layer of asphalt, then find some historical stones and then put the asphalt back, as you can see it here in this picture, as someone is reassembling some stones. Also, we think that it is reconstructing back, as we are talking about an architectural place of architectural interest. It's at a historical place in Lutsk. There was a street which ran from one city gate to the opposite city gate, and at the main crossing there was this historical object. Originally there was a church, but then hospital court, and for us it's a possibility to have a look at over 1,000 years of histories and make an object which makes people think about the city, its history and identity. So it's also about rearrangement, as we are trying to change what we have now in city policy, when the right by force is more important than the force of rights and laws. When we see some titushki at some meetings of general public, it's about changing this state of things in city policies and forget about the system of seeming things and have the real things. And also it's coming together, because all these positions of ruining and deconstruction, we are something like a little David who fights big Goliath, someone trying to ruin our historic our history, and we want to build on the historical identity of our city and our neighborhood. Talking about that battle between David and Goliath, we know who won, and we are sure about our victory as well. So I'm inviting you to have a look at our social media sites, because we are about to start a new stage of protests about the decision of the government to ruin this historic object. We are trying to unite our people around their historic identity, about the history of their city, and also about our dignity and democracy. So again, deconstruction is about seeing the little details of an object to bring them all together back to make this object better. And it's also fun, joy, and democratic practice.
Дякую, Любомира. І зараз ми будемо говорити про те, чи на часі в
Thank you, Lubomir. Now we're going to speak if it's timely to develop a sustainable mobility in Zaporizhzhia. Paulo Skabonikov, please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paulo Skabonikov, and Joe Spilna Hub. I will tell you a little about the history, our activity history. Spilna Hub, organization officially existing from 2017 until 24th of February 2022, paved a long way of sustainable mobility in Zaporizhzhia and other cities, Kherson, Berdyansk, Melitopol, Slavyansk, and others. In Zaporizhzhia, till this date, we had sustainable communication with the local authorities, Department of Infrastructure, respective deputy of city mayor. Due to this fruitful cooperation, city of Zaporizhzhia had first approved concept of developing bicycle infrastructure. Second, we had the program of developing bicycle infrastructure till 2024 with the approved budgets and feasibility study documents, and plan to build first 10 kilometers of bicycle infrastructure network in our city. All of that inspired optimistically in terms of bicycle infrastructure development in our city. Also, 2024, we plan to have all Ukrainian bicycle forum in Zaporizhzhia. However, February 24 shifted our priorities, placed new challenges, and we had to support critical infrastructure of our cities. So we used superpower of our team, namely possibility to make difficult complex procurement thanks to our international donors. Thanks to this, we made procurement for the emergency services, fireproof suits, different technical equipments, buying equipment for blood donation centers, like balance mixes, freezing equipment, and others, equipment for the diver service and others. In autumn 2022, together with the patrol police, we could relaunch a bicycle patrol that functioned before but was a little bit neglected. We bought bicycles and equipment, luggage places, other necessary things, and bicycle patrols could patrol efficiently city due to lack of fuel that we had back then. Also, we could support Shorokin community. We brought the electric bicycles to them and enabling community representatives to perform the activities with quality. 2023 met us with changes in the city council. Instead of infrastructure, the Department for Municipal Management was created. Also changes, and we had to build anew this cooperation, this communication, and also changes related to patrol police in Zaporizhia region. In that case, due to this, they started paying more attention to traffic safety. Unfortunately, however, in their opinion, the only right way to make less accidents in traffic is to make elevated pedestrian crossing, including on the main streets that they implemented in 2 locations. And this year, Spilny Hub presented the analytics of traffic accidents in the city for 2020-2022 that clearly shows that our country unfortunately loses labor-capable population on roads because of injuries, maiming, death, and so on. And do we have a right to allow ourselves this in martial law conditions? I think all of us have unified answer to this question. Analyzing these traffic accidents, we analyze some sections of roads, locations, and suggested comprehensive solutions how to re-equip those, not only elevated pedestrian crossings, range of facilities and methods much broader, extensive, and should depend on specific area allocations. Our short-term objective is to continue advocating quality changes in traffic safety, sustainable mobility to avoid human casualties in future. You may get familiarized with complete analytics on our website of Spilny Hub and your QR code by link. You will need my contacts if you would like to find out more details about our initiative, activity, and our civil society organization. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now, finalizing our presentation session, Alexander Shevchenko, who is going to speak about LA 12-7, or where does that river flow? Thank you. Kirina, let me pack you a little more with information. We are to end this part of the day. My name is Alexander Shevchenko. I am from Kiev, live in Frankivsk. Now the project is going to relate to Vinnytsia. I called it like that because I don't like a lot its official name. Official name is Feasibility Study of Climate Change's Impact on Condition. Project relates to studying places and communities from 2017. I would like to focus on this project because during martial law we made this research. Short question: why do you need a hydrographer, climatologist, a flora and fauna specialist, urban development architect, and economist? In this case, those specialists are necessary to study river South Bug in Vinnytsia. 12.7 is the code name of one of strategic projects within the concept of integrated development of Vinnytsia city, and compose 12.7 kilometers along South Bug River. Our objective was to analyze how this territory should be developed in future due to the fact that climate is objectively going to change. This project has got 2 roles. First role for Vinnytsia, how to use this territory with quality in general, and from the point of view of general country, the objective, the target is to see how to work with damage and all the destruction of Ukrainian ecosystem inherited from war, to restore it, and we renew it not in vacuum but in the space which constantly changes. Thus I will obviously not going to show you all that study, but the key I would like to draw your attention is that we are to compare very different indicators. Vulnerability of flora and fauna to climate change, condition of spatial biotopes, water quality, use of this territory by different groups of people. We made a study of part of those territories before by urban curators, managers, so to say. Beginning of the project, the end result is not what we're talking about. Vinnytsia is going the way of ordering different projects in some areas of interest, coming to the comprehensive picture of how the territory and city of Vinnytsia should look like. We receive different analysis, different colors of the territory, so biotopes, as the science calls. Several groups transformed, several ultimately changed, and others. What does it mean is that we clearly understand the limits where intervention be vulnerable for nature, limits where intervention is necessary, not to face irreversible changes, and interventions where and the territories where interventions already led to some changes, that we may introduce some activities related to recreation. Analyzing this led us to some development scenarios based on two options for stakeholders: how to move on, to stall everything, or to stall everything and to give some space for people to use certain territories more actively. Because on the one hand we have a dilemma that people want to actively, intensively use this territory. On the other hand, this territory is a cooling city, territory is epicenter of biodiversity, and to build it on thinking would be wrong. So we've determined 22 sectors. Within this project, we have certain recommendations for each of them, what may be done here, what shouldn't be done here, and due to having many public events and discussions, we determined 6 areas of the most interest to people, different, of course, one from another, and we made A, types of solutions, and B, cost estimates. And this is very thing for a project when we say how much this is going to cost and how this is going to be implemented in future. In this case, we are speaking not only capital investment, but also about operational investment necessary to maintain, because our project lives not only before the moment of red line cut. We're speaking about money needed to be invested, and clear understanding for local council whether they may allow to spend this money, and cost-benefit analysis, how many people they may satisfy with implementing this project. The full text and publication of the study is available at this QR code. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Alexander. Colleagues, I thank all the speakers for sharing their experience of their organizations, experience of their studies, of their initiatives and projects. I would like to remind you our information channel. We will send link to those presentations you have seen during this hour. And if you have questions now to people that presented their projects and studies, you will have a possibility today during networking and during the break to communicate. We would encourage you to do so, please. And some house matters. We have a break that will continue till 5:30, and at 5:30 we meet here, and in this audience we will have a final session in this audience, and what is going to happen later we will be notifying you. Okay, so please enjoy the break, and at 5:30 we are waiting for you here. Thank you.
start in a few minutes, so please take your seats, take the food or drinks with you, so you can combine coffee break with our discussion. If you want to talk to your colleagues, please do it in some other space. But I'm really inviting you for this wonderful discussion about cities, war, and justice. So again, take any seats you like, try to change the picture, look from a new perspective. So we're starting now. So, can you please, I'm asking our technical support to show the Mentimeter, and please, so I'd like our colleagues to send a link to our common chat. Is there anyone who doesn't have a chat? Okay, just a second. Good afternoon. So while we are all coming back, my name is Maria Hryschenko. I'll be moderating our discussion today. Well, every time I call it a discussion, but I have to stop myself. It's more like a conversation or an invitation to talk about war, vulnerability, and our housing policy in the broader sense of this word. So we will be talking not only about providing housing, but also about how we can create inclusive, barrier-free, united home for all people. And by all people, I don't mean some abstract average people. We must understand that we as members of our communities have different needs and challenges, and the number of these challenges has been growing since the start of this full-scale invasion. I think many of you think about or ponder over something you haven't thought about before. And there are people in our communities who are more vulnerable. I don't want to say vulnerable groups, because this moment of whether I belong to a vulnerable group of people can be taken from the point of view or from the position of a victim. Whether I am a victim or a strong person, but we must understand that there are different vulnerabilities, and there are residents, there are people in our communities who need some additional support and focus and attention. And I remember a lot of conversations even before the start of the war. I remember a lot of conversation about urban development, when we said that if we want our cities to be accessible and inclusive, we must think about people who are more vulnerable and say, please make our cities more comfortable for young children, for low mobile people. We need cities more comfortable for these people. And now we have more layers of these challenges connected with being barrier-free and inclusive. Now we have more vulnerabilities, like psychological vulnerabilities and other challenges. So there are a lot of things to talk about. And today we'll be talking to different organizations and initiatives which represent different groups of people and advocate their interests and their rights. On the other hand, we must understand that it's not a full list, and we can talk about overlapping vulnerabilities and series of vulnerabilities. That is something we should also focus on. So we want to focus and bring more light to this conversation. So we'd like to invite Dasha Lomonosova to share some conclusions from her research on vulnerable groups of people and increasing vulnerabilities since the start of the war. And then we'll talk about the experience of low mobile people and people with disabilities. We would also like to talk about the experience of our ex-militaries, veterans, to talk about the experience of people who had to flee their homes and go to new communities, people who live collectively, and to talk about people who lost their homes through the war and their capabilities to take care of themselves. We'll talk about people in rural areas because we understand that there aren't only cities and towns in our country, there are also villages, rural areas, so we want to bring more attention to that point as well. Of course, there can be more vulnerabilities, and I understand that it's impossible to discuss everything in an hour. So maybe we'll find some priorities. So to start our conversation and highlight some principles and accents, and then continue our conversation during the networking or the following events. So that's a kind of introduction to a big discussion. If I may say, please, could you show the link to Mentimeter? So everyone can use this link, and I'll show those of you who are not on our chat how you can find our common channel. So now you can use this QR code or use the code. And please don't close this tab on your phones, because from time to time you'll get more questions on the Mentimeter. But we'll start with one question. And please show our Mentimeter. So this is our code. Just a second. So you can see the results. We have already 16 participants who have already given their answers. So that's just to make it more participatory and interesting and invite you to the conversation. So that's the first question about the principles of forming housing and social policies when we're talking about mitigating vulnerabilities and increasing social justice. So you'll have time to do that. We'll come back to that in the end. And we'll try to make it possible for you to ask questions either in written form using Menti, or you can raise your hand. So we'll see how much time we have. Okay, so who do we have here today talking to us? We have Lyudmila Netskina, who represents Harmonia NGO. And to tell you the truth, that's an organization I follow really closely, and I am inspired by their advocating policy to increase inclusiveness of our cities in general and Vinnytsia in particular. Also with us today we have Denis Sultan Khaliyev, who represents Princip NGO, which works to protect the rights of the military and veteran community. It's a young organization, but I think it can be very interesting to work with. Also, with us today, we have Uliana Julak, who represents NEST project of Sergei Prytula Foundation, which is aimed at providing temporary housing for people who lost their homes in rural areas. Uliana will tell us about this project and about how the priorities of people have changed and how the cooperation has changed in this context. Also, meet Anastasia Fetisova, who is my colleague, sociologist, who does research on immigration. In particular, today she does different research on the needs of IDPs, and today we'll talk to her about the challenges IDPs have today, especially those who live collectively in shelters, collective centers. So we'll talk about their challenges and recommendations for cities, because that is something that Anastasia does research on. And also we have serious senior analyst Natalia, but I'd like to give the floor to Dasha and give a general overview of transformations that vulnerable people face today because of this full-scale war. You're welcome. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tasha. I work in CEDES and I work with social policies. We have a lot of research on how war affects different groups of population. This year we work with a bank to identify the impact of the war on vulnerable groups of people. And we have been researching the impact of war on different economical, housing, and other issues, including relations in the family, relations with neighbors, ideas of the future, and so on. As long as we're pressed for time, I won't tell you everything. You can read about it on our website, but I'd like to share some key moments. I can see on the screen in front of me some important points. And okay, I can't see them now, but I remember. And the one I remember the most is destigmatization and less speaking. I think that when we are talking about vulnerability, it's so important to discuss how we understand it, to destigmatize it, because no one wants to be vulnerable. In practice, in real life, in CEDES, we work a lot with veteran organizations, and in our discussions we hear it all the time that veterans don't want to see them as a vulnerable group. It seems obvious, but like senior people, they don't want to be seen as a vulnerable group of people. Someone who's worked all their life as teachers or medical workers, they don't want to be seen as vulnerable. So the question arises, what vulnerability is? In our legislation, it's identified as a high risk of getting into difficult circumstances. There are two factors to these circumstances, inner and outer. So inner factors are connected with us being humans. We have our bodies which can get old, sick, or die. And we are also animals who live collectively, so we can lose our nearest and dearest. We cannot just live under the sky. If we lose our homes due to flooding, it's hard to cope with. So there are things like that. With age, we start getting sick more often, and it's hard to do something with that. But there are also like outside factors, something like war, for example. And when we start talking about them, I think it's important to understand that there is vulnerability which is characteristic of us as people, as humans. And now, during different discussions, we tell a lot about the resilience of Ukrainians. But when we're talking about outside factors, they are things which can be dealt with on the level of policy. For example, if somebody loses home due to war, when does the person get vulnerable? At the moment of losing home, or at the moment when this person come to the city with high rent? So during our research, we've seen that this vulnerability presents itself when somebody faces policies or society, so this can be addressed. That's why it's important how we see and identify vulnerability. That's one of our conclusions. If we're talking about housing in general and things associated with some key moments of vulnerability for people, I'd like to interfere here with our discussion. Today we've been talking a lot about housing, approaches, affordability, but I think we should look at housing in connection with people, because people are in the center of our housing policy. And when we're trying to weigh the impact of war on people and housing, we see some general vulnerability connected with social guarantees in Ukraine in general. For example, today we were mostly talking about housing as home, when everyone has a right for home. But we all live in Ukraine and understand that apartment is also some investment, some asset, and it's something we should also be talking about from the point of view of vulnerability and social policies and guarantees. For example, before the war, we could hear some concerns about pensions, the fact that young people aren't going to have any. So we have some issues with other social guarantees. How can we provide for the future? Buy some flat, because it's the only investment, the only asset you can have.
We look at that housing. Often in our housing studies, we judge that people buy second housing. Housing, this is accommodation place. Maybe we need to tax second housing place, but at the same time, for people where much less social guarantees, pension payment is not guaranteed. Many of people here are individual entrepreneurs, and some people having also few guarantees that we realize that we need to guarantee our protection ourselves by investing, by some other things. Isn't that vulnerability? So we're not protected. We should think ourselves about our future. It seems to me that this is an angle point missing in our discussions about vulnerability. If we speak about vulnerability and housing, what we see from our studies is adding up vulnerabilities, that many people who lost their housing because of hostilities, that continue losing their housing, did not have experience in their past about renting. They do not have any savings. So this is a situation when people do not have prior experience and not prepared for that situation at all. If we speak about vulnerable groups like aged people, those are people that cannot individually resolve this issue. Unfortunately, they have no resources that can help them do that. Housing. I also wanted to say about ways that we're speaking about before. Some loans, options to buy real estate are not affordable for many people, not because they are within the vulnerable group like aged people, veterans or IDPs, so we may continue the list, but live in the country where people are very vulnerable due to many structural problems of social policies in Ukraine. I think that we need to speak about them. Maybe this is also an angle point we need to think from. If we speak about housing, we shouldn't disperse housing, which is managed by different parts of legislations. Prosecutor's office builds housing for those working in prosecution systems, other things. But despite that, we have general vulnerabilities. All of people staying here have this vulnerability general for all of us, and not 100% that we may buy this housing for ourselves. We need to recognize that. And last point I would like to say about vulnerabilities in context of our studies is that we have vulnerable groups that have no political representation. And we may see it like certain battle of vulnerabilities. There are some NGOs that represent the rights of IDPs, for instance, who represent the rights of veterans and their families. But do we know organizations in Ukraine, NGOs that advocate right for housing for people without housing, who lost that housing before hostilities? There are no organizations like that. If we look at project plans of reconstruction, so homeless people are not mentioned there a single time. This is also the fact we see, and those are vulnerabilities that by no means discussed. We do not talk about them on level of housing policies, and this is also very, very strange. I don't know if I may speak a little longer. 2 minutes, okay. Also, I would like to mention from the very beginning that when we speak about the interests of different important groups, why I was mentioning homeless, because before war in 2019 we had a study about accommodation conditions and attitude of Ukrainians to housing policy. We had an interesting question: who in your opinion should be the people who stand as priority groups that should be provided with accommodation? That was before war, before full-scale war. Homeless people who do not have housing at all were at the last place. This is also saying that there are vulnerabilities that we do not notice. But at the same time, another thing is that maybe we do not think ourselves how vulnerable we are ourselves. Thank you. Thank you also for introductory word. In order to immerse us into issue range of discussion, and also to think about people have bigger vulnerabilities. We may think in the context of housing policies. I would like us to have two circles and to speak about those challenges that have intensified, or challenges we have a new due to full-scale invasion people are facing today, people you work with today, people you represent today, and which are the action priorities today which are done. I would like you to tell a little what you do every day, how you prioritize your activities and the changes that take place. I would like us to start a conversation with Anastasia and to speak about the people who had to leave their houses due to war, to move to other communities, which are general challenges in terms of providing housing. We talked about this at previous discussion. I would like us also to speak about challenges related to people who live in collective housing centers. Maybe there are some priority questions to be resolved. I would like also for us to see presentation. I have prepared a few slides for you on the one hand, and on the other hand, this is possibility for you to meet organizations, institutions in order to exchange contacts. Lady Anastasia, the floor is yours. Your slide is on. Hello everyone, I work in an organization called REACH Initiative. This is an international initiative. We collect data, analyze data for humanitarian response, also informing recovery and forming long-term solutions for the IDPs. If we speak about a group of IDPs in general, a pretty big group, 5 million. Everyone knows this number. Known to everyone, more or less supported by all the sources, those people who register as internally displaced people, also by general national surveys that try to determine, to evaluate number of internally displaced persons. This number on the one hand is commonly used, but on the other hand, when we speak about housing policies, it shows how big the problem is, because coming back to situation before full-scale invention, we had displaced people and we had housing policies. But if we speak about those housing policies meeting the needs, it was some minimum level. There were different policies. Dasha was mentioned, loans to displaced people, or those who were also mentioned today, foundations for housing for IDPs existing locally that have several apartments. I don't know how many of them in Vinnytsia. I'm sure that several dozens, according to my best estimate, provided to IDPs before full-scale invasion. So we're speaking about some ridiculous numbers if we talk about general provision of housing for IDPs. But IDPs are people who physically lost access to their housing, to their property, everything related to that housing, including environment, social contacts, people who did not plan to lose it, people who did not set aside some money, people who did not plan moving to another place. And now those 5 million, when we speak about those people, this number of course changed a little from the start of full-scale invasion. If we speak about some trends from the start of February 22, we see the movement and relocation, those constant fluctuation movements stabilized, and most surveys show that 80% of displaced people are those who moved about a year ago and they stay in the places they moved to. They still say that they would like to return, but they spent here 1 year for now and they require some solutions, and obviously they will not return that fast, unfortunately. About people who are moving now, we know that now in Kharkiv region evacuation takes place. In Vovchansk, Kupiansk, those mandatory evacuations. The scale is not big. Last survey, International Organization for Migration, indicated that in May, 3% in general from those 5 millions are people who are moving during previous month. Kakhovka also, that story also were several thousands according to estimate displaced people. And what is important when we speak about those people is they are maximally vulnerable people that could not move in February, March 2022 because they just did not have savings they could spend for renting the house, and they did not have relatives who could host them in another place, and they were just sitting there on the shelling, listening when something is exploding or hitting. And now when something happens, the forced evacuation takes place. Often aged people, often low mobile people, people with disabilities, often people with very low income level. Those are very vulnerable categories, yeah. And you see on that slide several numbers from our monitoring of collective sentence. Our initiative reach studies a lot the collective residence places since 2022, and we see one big trend that collective centers were created in February, March 2022 as places for temporary accommodation for people who left their place of stay fast. Every fourth, every fifth of them changed their place of living. I'm convinced that people in this audience had some temporary solutions before finding longer-term solutions. Maybe some relatives, maybe some kindergarten, because Telegram channels contained many messages like kindergarten, a dormitory where one could stay a night. They remained for several days or several months and then found other solutions, or maybe many returned. Many people returned. Kiev region, up to 100% people returned probably. If we speak about collective census, we see that this trend that was made, that people could stay at a very temporary period of time, they planned to return soon, and everyone was thinking, yeah, that they will return soon. But now we see that those places turned into locations with those vulnerable categories: aged people, low mobility people, low income people stay for a long time. We question the collective centers managers to month. I usually ask how much time people live in your collective centers. Usually they say 6 months or more. It is saying that collective centers become hubs where vulnerable people live for a long time. What is collective center? You see this graph. It is mostly educational facilities. It is, so to say, buildings related to educational facilities. Those may be dormitories of universities. Here 49% often dormitories of educational facilities that do not function anymore. Students left and they provided their rooms for displaced people. Also schools maybe and kindergartens. Collective centers have one problem: privacy. 12% of collective centers we have surveyed last round is that when people live in big rooms like sports gym, half of these collective centers do not have rooms meant for separate rooms for one family. So they are several families in one room or one very big room. This is the issue of privacy. In the space you sleep, space you spend time every day. Imagine you spend several months in a gym and sleep with other people in the same room. Also issue of privacy in toilets. Also difficulty in privacy speaking photos. Kohate dormitories, many collective centers look like that. No partition walls in toilets or showers, and you may have experience when you enter some public facility, go to some water closet, see the disgusting picture and don't want to visit there again, or it may happen irregular. Also, issue of renovation. We also showed on the slide that 80% of collective centers said that they have no infrastructure in toilets, bathrooms for people with disabilities. Collective centers, up to 100 people reside in by statistics. This is by estimate of international humanitarian organizations. Maybe here I will stop and give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to continue a conversation with Ms. Lyudmila. And also when we had the preliminary meeting, we were discussing that NGO Harmonia very often was the only contact for people with disabilities who left their cities and did not have idea at all where they may be accommodated. And this was a point where NGO were helping, even when they probably were not ready to help. But I would like also to speak from a broader perspective about the challenges that low mobility people are facing, people with disabilities are facing, how Harmonia is operating, whether it has transformed and how, and some key aspects about intensifying vulnerabilities by the processes that are going on today in Vinnytsia in particular and other cities that you would like also to share with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, talking about people with disabilities, well, they might be vulnerable people. Okay, I'd like to start with something else. So we mostly deal with people in armchairs or using other things to move. From the very beginning of our work, the problem of finding a proper housing for people like that, this problem has always been acute. So maybe it's started changing a little bit, but these changes aren't as global to see some quantitative results. When we look at some foreign experience, we can see that when somebody has injury, it doesn't mean that this person is immediately given some preferences. Maybe our country is a country with a huge number of preferences that people don't actually need. What they need is adapting their house to their needs, because we have people waiting for some improvements for dozens of years. So people are tested for their ability or potential ability to live without a wheelchair, and if that is not possible, the house must be adapted to the needs of this, to meet the needs of this person. But in our country, there is a very little percent that people in wheelchairs can have free access to the outside world. Our state forgets about these people. They are given some pension, and once a year or once in several years, these people get an opportunity to spend a few days at the resort, and then they come back to their inappropriate homes. We tried to raise this question, which floor these people should live on, some changes, but it was in vain. There were problems not only with state regulations or procedures. There were other, like somebody doesn't want to exchange homes because they had some repairs, or Well, the problems are huge in number, not only with laws and regulations. There are some issues like people with disabilities don't see their place in the society. They don't see how they can be the members, valuable members of this society. They don't have an opportunity to go to work because of our transport. They cannot take their kids to kindergarten. So there is a huge amount of work to be done globally, not only with laws, but with people. People need to understand that no matter what their physical condition is, they are citizens of their country. And this war increases the number of people with disability, the number of people who need understanding and policies on the part of the state and people around them. Because not all of us are ready to accept somebody different. We had a story when a person with disability bought a home at an apartment house, and the neighbors did everything to move this person away because they were afraid there could be some issues with gas. But being in a wheelchair doesn't mean you're stupid and can't use a gas stove. When I was preparing for this conversation today, I had a look at Ukrainian laws like housing code and other laws which regulate the issues of housing, not getting a new home, but how our houses are adapted to people, whether they have ramps, whether there is a possibility for these people to live on the first floor. I found a case when in 2018 a girl who uses a wheelchair sued Kharkiv department. I don't remember the correct name of this department. So she wanted to change the floor, but she didn't get anything. So, and of course, war has made all this more complicated. We had a lot of stories when people in Kharkiv couldn't get out of their flats because Kharkiv was bombed. There was no electricity, so these people couldn't use the lift to go down. So every story, when you hear it or read it, every story goes right to your heart because it's about safety of these people. Now, if we talk about bomb shelters, their availability and accessibility, there is none. I'm not talking locally about Vinnytsia, but in the context of Ukraine in general. Maybe it could be 1% of all bomb shelters. I personally don't have any choice. When we have air raid siren, I don't have a choice whether to go to a bomb shelter because there is none in the vicinity of my house where I can get into. So I know that someday we'll live in a world where people with disabilities will have a choice whether to go to a bomb shelter. Thank you, Ludmila, so much for sharing your personal stories. your own and the stories of your colleagues and people you work with. I think it's very important to understand the overlapping and multiplying of these challenges. And in the realm of safety and security, it's a key point. When I'm at home and I see the siren, I have this choice whether to go to a bomb shelter, and it's my responsibility. But when there is no choice, that's choosing without a choice. And it's something we should be talking about. Yesterday I saw the results of one research. Yesterday an organization represented the results of their research on some Ukrainian cities in terms of accessibility to buildings. So they showed a map with red dots showing inaccessible buildings for people with disabilities, and the map looked like all red, and it was so visual to understand the level of vulnerability. And today I would also like us to talk about the challenges we have now and are going to have in the context of the growing number of war veterans. This is the group of people who are guaranteed the right for housing by the state, but well, we understand that on the one hand it's a way to thank them for sacrificing their health and life for the benefit of our country, but on the other hand we understand that our country doesn't have the possibility to satisfy all their needs. And something that Denise said, that yes, we must understand the overlapping and multiplying of challenges that our military people and veterans face. So, Denise, can you tell more about it? Thank you. So, there was a question about how different spheres have changed since the start of this war, and veterans is one of those spheres, a unique one. We know that the Ministry on the veteran issues was created in 2018, but it was a classical story of a suitcase without a handle. So something that is too good to be thrown away, but too hard to carry. So at first this ministry was created, then it was cancelled, then it was combined with another ministry, then it was recreated again, but without actual capabilities. So what is the veteran sphere now after the start of this big war? For me, it sometimes resembles the situation from a story when two people are waiting for the third one and he never comes. So I can say that as of now we don't have a considerable veteran community. Many of these people are still fighting, and we know that it's very hard to be commissioned. It's only possible when you have serious wounds and pass a vicious circle of different institutions. So now we mostly deal with veterans who became ones after 2014, or veterans in general. So that's talking about the overlapping of challenges. But we understand that at some point after this, the end of this war, we'll have a big community of veterans, maybe over 1 million people. And from the point of view of percentage and real numbers, that's a huge community which will have an important voice in our political discourse. And we as civilians will have to listen to this voice. But I don't think that out of the blue we'll get a working structure on veteran policy. So we see that the challenges come in and we have time to prepare for that. So our position, the position of our center is we need to help and formulate the policy based on some well-grounded research. We can't be empiric about that, just think of this social group and try to identify the needs while this group is just a picture in our head. So we should be based on research. We need to study the problem before we start doing. Otherwise, the veteran policy will be like a game of randomizer. So again, our idea is that there are things we must already start doing, including research based on that insignificant number of veterans we have now. But there is another problem, and here we start talking about social policy and housing, because this veteran issue, this veteran discourse, is between two bigger issues, between our country's defendability and on the other hand, we understand that our context with this huge emerging veteran community will be more about social policy, because this group, apart from its general specifics, will have a lot of vulnerable subgroups, and we're trying to start talking about that. Some of these subgroups are obvious. Veterans with disabilities, and in general they will be more vulnerable and will have more needs. But some of the subgroups are not that obvious and not well presented in our public discourse, like veterans from occupied territories.
Despite our optimistic expectations about the way the map of Ukraine is going to look like at the point of war end, we need to take into attention the risks of the most critical scenarios, by which significant part of Ukrainian territories will remain occupied, and the more Ukrainian territories remain occupied, the more veterans are going to have that cannot return home, that they have nowhere to return, because they probably started the war in some military conscription center in Energodar or Berdyansk, and obviously they may not come back to Energodar or Berdyansk. And this group, it seems to me, is almost clear ideal example of a very critical meeting point of two vulnerabilities. veteran, person who lived several years in absolutely different context, person who is used to absolutely different activity than activity living in civilian world, that at the same time lost not only housing, like accommodation, like a place to stay we are speaking about. It seems to me that it is very important to speak about this loss that happened at a much deeper level, because losing home in, so to say, Berdyansk, veteran lost social connections, lost his usual circle of communication, his economic, professional connections, and alongside with looking for new accommodation in unoccupied part of Ukraine, this also needs to be restored. And obviously this group of veterans is at the same time the most important and the most proper for today's conversation. So it would be very good that our discussion impacts on drawing more public attention to this issue, and to speak again about this group, not like a group that just needs to be provided with dormitory, I don't know, roof above their head or something else, but to think of how to build in conditions where it is possible to renew social connections, to find a new work despite the professional experience and skills person possesses. Well, yeah, thank you, Dennis. I think that this is important topic that was brought up. I think we may discuss this at the second circle policies, necessity of crossing principles of social policies to understand where we move to and how to really ensure the quality of life in Ukraine. Now I'd like to address Uliana Zhorlyak, who works in an organization that is helping today to partly renew this quality of life to people who lost their housing temporarily yet, but the institution supporting those who may not cope on their own with the challenges related to losing accommodation. Uliana, please, the floor is yours. Tell us about conditions and the needs of people that are transforming in the country, and why you chose this category of people, why you chose this category and challenges you have in your activity today. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to start really from far away and to read aloud some words of Victoria Melina, a writer who was killed by Russians several weeks ago in Kramatorsk. Victoria said that air alert in all Ukraine is like every time everyone is accompanied to be shot, and usually only one person is killed. If it's not you today, then air alert is over. Those words say that in this place any one of us can be, while the housing is destroyed. Some territories a year ago seemed safer. Now, Podillia, Galachina, center of Ukraine, east, south, all of us are in danger. And to start some conversation about vulnerability of people whose accommodation was destroyed as a result of Russian aggression, I would like to focus your attention that they did not lose their housing. They were destroyed from outside. And basically transformation of those people within a year span is interesting to observe. The project is specialized on providing modular temporary accommodation by us. Temporary, I speak about midterm perspective. Housing person may live in 10 to 15 years period while they're rebuilding their own housing. The project is concentrated on working with private sector, private housing, so little houses in villages and little cities. We started working in Kiev region, working with the Makarev territorial community, and those are 49 locations. Those are 49 locations where 585 families completely lost their accommodation. It may not be repaired at all. Within this year, the country, under responsibility of regional military administrations, 10 houses were rebuilt. We remember about 610 just in Kiev region alone. This corroborates once again that just to respond in April after the occupying Kiev region is what we need to do very fast, because people just flooded. My colleagues working with IDPs, people just flooded, returning home. Whereas at the starting point of project month of August, almost 60% of people in Kiev region returned home. They returned very fast because they needed to plant their vegetable garden, they needed to treat their garden. They just unable to live in a different place. They need to return home. They need to live in their communities, to their villages, to return to their neighbors, to renew their social connections, and together with all the others to get down to work and to restore their communities, like it was happening in Makarev. Makarev community started restoring the infrastructure pretty fast, educational facilities, and someone needed to work with their hands and to participate in social activities in those communities. So, once again, I repeat why we concentrated on this solution. It was very important also to take people from some temporary housing places. Modular houses having different challenges, in particular privacy, which is very important for people who lived in their own house for a long time before. Within a year, a lot changed. We plan to finish our work rather fast in Kiev region and to move activities to Chernigiv or Sumy or north of Zhytomyr region and so on and so forth, but we are still there. It is related to different things. It's so difficult to explain to potential donors, for instance, why we should resolve certain issue with housing like that and not suggesting different options of modular houses, which is much cheaper, or different options moving people. So we speak about Nest project. Nest, and for people this is like their nest, important to return to their cherished home. Miss Claudia was speaking about a cat that was just moving in the destroyed house, and when the house was restored and they moved where the cat, and now she says that we live in our own home and we may observe huge transformation for people, for families, that in 1 year they received their housing. They say that they received chance, hope, that they want to work. Someone started building plans what they are going to adjourn to this house, some additional rooms or some terrace. Someone found new jobs, someone went to kindergarten, to school. Even among our families, we have new family members during the time after people moved to the temporary housing. This is great, and this is the asset we receive developing such projects, returning people home when they receive some basic support, because their problems are problems for each one of us, because each one of us may find ourselves in their place. Probably I will end on that, and thank you, Ulyana. Thank you, every one of you, for sharing about your activity, and I cannot but express my admiration by what you do today. And I would like us to talk about the key principles, the question that was asked to everyone about key principles and approaches. What should change in the policies at the local level or at the national level in order to diminish this vulnerability and to ensure social justice? The only thing I would like to say, organizers are asking me to ask you to speak 2 minutes each, like key statements. You consider important to bring to attention of the audience. So I give the floor to Ludmila and remind about our conversation on interacting with the government agencies. To draw attention to that, please. 2 minutes, yeah. So when we had a survey, we had many right thesis: inclusion, equality, accessibility. When we speak about category of people with disability, I don't know, not necessarily people who got disability before full-scale invasion or before war. Here, yeah, some right developed policy of the country, synchronizing host of ministries, because there are laws, but no understanding what to do with those laws, no procedure how to implement it. So inclusion, thank you, Maria. Inclusiveness of organizations, professionals, organizations dealing with each category of vulnerable people from vulnerable categories in developing such policies. Because priorly, when we're visiting with Maria, city of Vinnytsia and many different platforms speak about accessibility of the city of Vinnytsia. And it is possible because of cooperation between the NGO sector and local authorities, because some issues are moved to resolution by general public. You know, as we say, if it is convenient for a person in wheelchair to move on the pedestrian walk, anyone will be convenient to move along that way. So inclusion of people to different processes, inclusiveness of people into civil society, because sometimes civil society, really, we study international experience, we study international legislation that might be implemented into our legislation, but obviously we have some nuances and peculiarities of our own, and this might be transformed and to have inclusivity, accessibility at the outcome, and equality in the society. Thank you.
Just a few words. When I see how harmony is involved in all positive changes in Vinnytsia, I understand that there is good work of this NGO. Well, Anastasia, what key recommendations can you give when we talk about IDPs? Being an expert, not being an expert in housing policy, it's hard for me to give some practical recommendations. But I'd like to say that IDPs, that's a large group of people. For many of them, it's hard to rent some accommodation. For those who rent by cutting on their health or nutrition, we understand that renting a house influences the economy of these people, the finances of these people, and makes them more vulnerable. We understand that current policies in housing, they don't take into account the different needs. There was a program from German bank which helped with a few hundred of IDPs to get their homes, but comparing with 5 million of IDPs, it's close to nothing. And providing housing from our stock. Again, as I've already said, only a few families got their houses. Before the war, the percentage was like 30 by 70s. That's subsidizing from local budget to buy new flats, but it didn't work well because it wasn't enough to cover the needs of IDPs. So we need some solutions which can help many families to get some affordable housing. It can be lower rent rates, maybe by increasing the number of this kind of housing. Maybe local authorities should be more proactive to invite some investment. So we need some working mechanisms. It can't be just free rent, but it can be subsidized. For example, talking about collective centers, there are two moments. So when we talk about emergent short-term solutions, we need some standards from the state on minimum living conditions, and local authorities should be responsible for complying with these norms and standards. And talking about long-term strategy, all these collective centers should be closed at some point in time because all people will get some social housing. So this strategy should at least exist, because now we don't have any. It should be developed on the national level and then given some practical content on the local level to find some specific solutions to relocate people to close the collective centers. Thank you. Thank you, Anastasia. You can also see our exhibitions where we have some results working on social housing. And now, Denise, what key focuses, key points can you highlight talking about veterans? Again, to begin with, I think that we need more studies, more research, because now we are in a situation when we need fast solutions, but without prior study, prior research, it can be dangerous. And I agree with Ludmila that we need cooperation between state and general public, because state institutions don't always have the possibility to have this massive research before developing some strategies, and that's where the people can step in. They have more capabilities in terms of financing, having good researchers, and the state in its turn has access to some registers and other data that researchers don't have. So we need qualitative and well-grounded research on veterans in terms of social policy, housing, and so on. The second point, if we talk about the challenges that this group faces, we should talk about the criteria of social policies. It seems so correct if after the end of this war we'll use different policies, symbolic material and others, we'll use them to reward people who have some something to be rewarded for. I'm not talking about certain points. I think we shouldn't mix it with social policy. Social policies in terms of veterans must be based on their challenges and vulnerabilities, not their battle achievements. These two criteria should be differentiated because from time to time we hear from representatives of different institutions that social policies can be based on American experience when certain preferences are given based on some hours in battle. For example, people can use railroads for free because they have some battle decorations. But if this person doesn't travel by a train or uses own car, so we should think about it. And the other criteria, we should understand where the policy is defined by vulnerability and needs of a specific veteran, and when we have certain policies to reward for battle achievements. Thank you, Juliana. I want to ask you, how do you see the key gaps and challenges in policies concerning the return of lost homes? Thank you. The main and the most important point in terms of the state, donors, NGOs, and so on, every time we want to satisfy the need of people to return home, we should do everything possible to meet this need. Now we can see some payments done by the state, some compensations for the lost homes, and there are some regulations from the cabinet, but they are so vague and people don't understand what and how will happen, how this compensation will work. What is more, Ukrainian government or executive bodies do not understand it themselves. So we have some distorted picture of this mechanism when it gets to people. So there is lack of communication and lack of involvement. People who lost their homes are not involved in creating these procedures and mechanism. So a person can get up to 500,000 compensation for the lost home. The money will be on some separate account and it can be spent on some things identified by the state. But what if we have a big family with many friends, and you know what happens in small towns or villages? People just come together and help each other to build a home. This option is overlooked by the state. You cannot document how me, my friend, and my brother-in-law built a house. So this procedure can be also taken into account. Or, for example, you cannot spend the money from that bank account to buy construction materials or pay for some services at a different place. You can only do it in the places stated by the government. There is another important moment. There are many organizations, NGOs, which help people with housing. And now people for example, in Kiev Oblast, who have been pondering over their situation. They don't understand how the help of NGOs will influence the help from the government. So the answer is it won't. It won't influence. But there is this human factor. And as long as now local authorities are responsible for that, we have this human factor, and authorities say, you already have this modular house, so no, you can't get any compensation from the state, or you cannot get some other kind of compensation. You're not liable for that. You cannot buy materials to build some hut for hands. So we need to address these gaps in communication. Thank you, Uliana. I feel that we are pressed for time, so I'm sorry, but I can't but give the floor to Tasha to sum up and close the discussion. Okay, so I have 5 points. The mechanism of providing housing should be paid for somebody by donors, NGOs, but as Ivan said, this we will never be able to cover all the needs. So we should talk about taxes, increasing taxes, maybe taxes on property and other taxes. But to talk about that, we should talk about evading taxes, the need to pay the taxes. So here I can only stress on importance of sharing social policies for us to have this pillow when we come across some risks. When it gets to housing, it must be normal that all people need somewhere to live. It shouldn't be like I'm in a vulnerable situation and I depend. This will help us avoid marginalization of different groups, and it will show that people, it will support the desire and the readiness of people to pay taxes because they will understand that they can get support. Now, another point to talk about is integrating into new communities. So people who come from different places might not have skills needed in a new community or don't have the proper labor market. So maybe we should invest some money into retraining people for them to have new skills where they can work in a new surrounding, somewhere there is affordable housing. Another point about spending money is urgent needs. If we have people who can afford renting, do we need to help them but avoid those who don't have any savings to rent? And a few moments about short-term solutions. Today we said a lot about how problematic they are, but it's important to say that whatever solutions, short-term solutions we have, they shouldn't increase their vulnerability, and they shouldn't make people dependent on social benefits. I'll give you a short example. Now, during the war, we have this situation when low mobile people, just senior people, people with disabilities, they end up in institutions simply because there is no other option for them. temporary housing is not adapted for their needs. So someone who was an active member of their community ends up in an environment where they are dependent on the state. And these institutions are often somewhere at the outskirts, so these people are excluded from life. And the very last moment, it's not about infrastructure or housing, it is something we haven't mentioned today. These are connections between people, relations. We see that many people from vulnerable groups and other people, due to the war and displacement, we lose our people and the environment we're used to. That's true for so many people. When they get to some new environment, when they lose what they've had, what supported them, and that's an important factor. We shouldn't only think of recovery in the infrastructure and economy and dealing with unemployment, but we also should think of recovery in the social infrastructure. We should help people, displaced people, to build the new support net. Thank you, Tasha, and thank you, everyone, for this difficult but important conversation. Of course, we all want to continue it, but we can do it during the networking. You'll have an opportunity to talk face to face, and thank you again. Thank you, Maria, for your wonderful moderation. And dear speakers, please wait for a couple of minutes. Please, can you show our question on the screen? While you are reading the question, I will remind you. Well, now you can relax, breathe out, stretch a little bit, because I understand that listening is also hard work, and we forget even to move. So, please try to reflect on this day, how we started with the first discussion, with this wonderful speech by Ivan before the lunch. Then we worked into groups. One was listening about the Netherlands experience. The other was here with our round table and Picha Kucha and this discussion about the war cities and vulnerabilities. And of everything you've heard today, of everything you were talking about, you were listening to, maybe put something down. So could you please share something, what you would like to say, what you would like others to go home with? You can also see what others write on the screen. So we're all vulnerable because we live in Ukraine. There are no easy solutions in housing. Person is the highest value. Cities are people. Universal system of support, the construction of city space is changes for better. Less aesthetics, more ethics. You remember this phrase? We're all people, we're all the same. Community decides on the direction of our development. Of course, well, there are too many quotes. I can't read all of them, but you can do it later. Creating a community is the most important, the key purpose for everything. So everyone who's still writing, trying to reflect on the day, please, you have a couple of minutes to share your thoughts for us to take them with us home. So you can be reading it on the screens around. The most important thing is people. I'll buy a garage. Yes, I'd like to have the choice whether to go to the bomb shelter. Thank you. You can keep writing. This question is still open, and later we'll share everything with you later on our channel, common channel. If you don't know how to go there, at the exit you can find a QR code. It's WhatsApp branded, it's easy to recognize. So thank you again for your ideas, and now what we are going to have today and tomorrow. So now please get ready, because there are buses waiting for us to take us to the next location. It's not far, but it will be more convenient for you to get there by our buses. So your task now is get ready, go out and take the buses. So it will be an industrial location, so if you need restrooms, maybe you'd better use them here, but you'll get a wonderful opportunity to see other kinds of spaces in Vinnytsia. And from that point, from that venue, you get home on your own. Tomorrow we have 3 excursions which start here outside this conference hall. They start at 9:30, so you come, find your guide and go to your excursions, and then you come back here at 2 or earlier to this hall or to the little hall on Skovoroды 11. So the address of the place we're going to now, that's Crystal Plant. That's the 600th anniversary. But you can see the location on our channel. If you want to, you can get there on your own. And please, if you were using the headphones, leave them at the registration desk. Thank you for your active work today, and see you tomorrow.